பசங்க எல்லாம் கூட யாரும் வரவே இல்ல.
சார் நேஸ் சார் சார் நம்ம எந்த குரூப்ல இன்னும் லிங்க் ஷேர் பண்ணல சார்.
பண்ணலாம். அது கரெக்ட். நான் இது பிஜி மட்டும் போட்டுருக்கேன். யூஜி
அப்புறம் பயோசோன் குரூப்லயும் ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க. அதுலயும்
பண்ண. ஆமா ஆமா. கோபி கொஞ்சம் ஷேர் பண்ணிடுறீங்களா?
சார் இப்போ வாய்ப்பு இல்ல சார், கொஞ்சம் இதா இருக்கேன். நீங்க ஷேர் பண்ணிருங்க சார். ஹலோ சார்.
எஸ் சார்.
சொல்லு கோபி.
சார் ஷேர் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன், இருங்க.
சார் ரிசோர்ஸ் பர்சன்க்கெல்லாம் சென்ட் பண்ணிடுச்சீங்களா? பொம்மி ஒரு கரண்டி ஊத்தி நல்லா ஆட்டிட்டு குடி.
மேம்
சார் சொல்லுங்க.
ஃாதர் இருக்காரு.
ஃாதர் என்டர் ஆயிட்டாருங்களா?
குட் மார்னிங் மேம். குட் மார்னிங் நேயா சார்.
ஃாதர் குட் மார்னிங். ஃாதர் குட் மார்னிங்.
இப்போ ஜேபி சார் பேசுங்க.
ஓகே ஓகே சார்.
குட் மார்னிங் மேடம்.
ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ்க்கெல்லாம் சென்ட் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா?
அவர் 9:30 ஜாயின் பண்ணிடுறேன்னு சொன்னாரு. 9:31 ஆயிடுச்சு. ஜூரிஸ்க்கு இல்ல மேம்.
ஜூரிஸ் வரலீங்களா இதுல ஸ்டார்டிங்ல?
வரல.
இல்ல வருவா பூங்கோதை மேடம் சொன்னாங்களே. பூங்கோதை மேடம் அவங்க வந்து இல்ல மேல. ஆமா லேட்டா தான் வருவாங்கன்னாங்க.
சார் ஃாதருக்கு லிங்க் அனுப்பிச்சிட்டீங்களா?
யாருக்கு சார்?
ஒர்க் ஃாதருக்கு
ஃாதர் ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டார் சார். ஃாதர் உள்ள தான் இருக்காரு.
உள்ள இருக்காரா? மார்னிங் ஃபாதர்.
Good morning, Father.
Yes,
Good morning,
good morning,
good morning.
Father. Welcome you, Father.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Father.
Thank you.
Lokeshwari,
Sir,
are you ready, ma?
yes, sir, ready, sir.
Yeah, sir. If the resource person has arrived, you can start, sir.
Sharif sir, is it inside or not? I texted him, sir, kindly join exactly 9:30 a.m.
Okay, sir. We'll wait for another 5 minutes.
Sharif sir? Sharif?
Yeah, sir. Any issues?
Yeah, நான் கால் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன் போயிட்டு இருக்கு சார் ஒரு நிமிஷம்.
Okay, sir.
Sharif sir, Dr. Sharif.
Yes, good morning.
How are you, sir?
Alhamdulillah, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Fine, sir. We're supposed to start your event, sir. Our inaugural address given by our father has joined with us.
Okay.
Lokeshwari.
Sir.
Sure, you can start.
Okay, sir. Seek wine in the night sky as the stars shine. They tell a million stories. Sparkling gems adorn the sky, and you wish to be like them. A dazzling splendor to beautify and a long reed to exempt. As the night enhances its beauty and make us feel beautiful, its side by performs her duty by making every night hopeful. A sweetest morning to everyone in this magnificently glorious day. The galaxy of intellectuals, honorable guests, respected fathers, benevolent faculty members, and my dear friends. How lovely in this day. The scent in the air clearly smells of liberty, kindness, humanity, and everything precious and beautiful. Because as you know, her Sacred Heart College has decided to inaugurate this BIOZONE 2021 for educating her youths and motivating her intelligent mind to build a nation. Let us invoke the presence of God within a prayer song.
Yes, வாய்ஸ் வரல.
Yes, sir.
நியாஸ் வாய்ஸ் வரல. நியாஸ் நியாஸ்
Yes, na.
வாய்ஸ் வரல, ஆடியோ இல்ல.
Sir, voice is not audible, sir.
Okay, sure, you can proceed, ma. Proceed.
ஆடியோ இல்ல.
Welcoming someone is a culture of human society to show a open heart to them. So, let us welcome UG Association President Mr. G. Shivailango sir to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to everyone. I welcome all of you for the virtual international conference on emerging infectious diseases and nanotherapeutics. Welcome is our culture and it develops better relationship within us. I am very glad to have this beautiful opportunity to welcome you all. God doesn't want us to do extraordinary things. He wants us to do ordinary things in an extraordinary manner. First, I would like to pray our Almighty to bless us and be with us always. At the very outset, with a sense of deep respect and gratitude, I would like to welcome our Rector and Secretary, Reverend Dr. P. John Alexander, SDB, for this conference. A hearty welcome to dear Father Rector. Next, with a profound and loving heart, I take this opportunity to welcome our dear Principal, Reverend Dr. D. Maria Antoniraj, SDB, for this program. Most affectionate welcome to dear Father Principal. In this joyful occasion, my heart rejoices in welcome our dear Reverend Dr. Praveen Peter, SDB, Vice Principal, Shift 1, and Controller of Examination to this virtual international conference. Yeah, pleasant welcome to dear Father Vice Principal. Next, I would like to welcome our academic guide, Reverend Dr. John Bohr, STDB, to this conference. Hearty welcome to dear Father. It's a great honor and pride in welcoming our resource persons for this conference, Dr. Khalifatullah Sharif, microbiologist, the Royal Hospital, Muscat, Sultanabad, Oman, and Dr. Periyathambi Devigan, nanotechnologist, Tripod Nanotechnology Corporation, Taiwan. A hearty welcome to dear sirs. With immense pleasure, I would like to welcome Dr. A.C. Gomadi, PG Head, and Dr. A. Jayaprakash, UG Head, for this conference. I would like to welcome Dr. I. Niaz Ahmed, PG Association President. My dear colleagues and students from our college, welcome you all. Finally, I would like to welcome the faculty members, research scholars, students from various institutions to this virtual international conference. Once again, I welcome you all from the bottom of my heart. Welcome one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Intellectuals are not born. They are created by a curious of our surrounding. The curious always seek for innovation in problems. Our mind is in a programmed conscious to learn more. So we have to gain experience of intellectual through knowledgeable speech. So I invite Reverend Father John Bohr, SDB, Academic Advisor, Department of Biochemistry, to inaugurate this BIOZONE 2021.
So thank you, dear friends, and a hearty welcome to all the participants and resource persons of this international conference on emerging infectious diseases and nanotherapeutics. I am indeed very glad to be one of the participants of this international conference, and it is conducted under the title or under the title of BIOZONE 2021 by the PG and Research Department of Biochemistry. And the topic that they have chosen is very relevant to our present times. We see a great large drift in the awareness level of common people towards having quality health, especially during this pandemic condition. You know that COVID-19 has incurred irreparable loss of human life worldwide and also personally for many of us. And it's a great challenge to public health, food systems, and the world of work. The economic and social disruption caused by the pandemic is devastating, and tens and millions of people are at the risk of falling into extreme poverty with huge number of undernourished people. The advances made in the field of biochemistry have contributed immensely to the quality of living and life expectancy of human race. It is important to note that our country, with its vast biological diversity, can stand in the forefront of research and development in global arena. In the recent decade, one can apparently see the quantum of growth taking place in the areas of biochemistry and nanotechnology owing to its direct applications in the field of medicine and agriculture. And in recent years, nanotechnology has revolutionized the healthcare strategies and envisioned to have a tremendous impact to offer better health facilities. In this context, medical nanotechnology involves design, fabrication, regulations, and applications of therapeutic drugs and devices having the size of nano range. Owing to the revolutionary implications in drug industry and gene therapy, nanotherapeutics has gained increasing research interest in the current medical sector of the modern world. The areas which anticipate benefits from nano-based drugs delivery systems are cancer, diabetics, infectious diseases, blood disorders, orthopedic problems, and so on. The development of nanotherapeutics with multiple functionalities has considerable potential to fill the lacuna existing in the present therapeutic domain. Nanomedicines in the field of cancer management have enhanced permeability and retention of drugs, thereby effectively targeting the affected tissues. The advancement of narrow therapeutics and diagnostics can provide improved effectiveness of the drug with less and no toxicity concerns. Similarly, diagnostic imaging is having potential future applications with newer imaging elements at nano level. A newly emerging field of nanorobotics can provide new directions in the field of healthcare. I, as the academic guide of this great department, which is always progressing leap on bounds every year in research, consultancy, student follow-up, and publication, I'm immensely happy that they have taken up this topic for discussion during this BIOZONE 2021. I'm indeed glad that the department is also organizing an international conference in this topic. I congratulate the head, Dr. Gomadi, the UG head, Dr. Jayaprakash, Dr. Nias Ahmed, and all the faculty of this department for coming together in organizing this great conference. Let me congratulate each and every one, the organizers, the participants, all those who are involved, the student leaders, for their hard work, for their contribution, and I wish them that they have a fruitful time in this conference. Let Sacred Heart College contribute to the intellectual growth and also for better health conditions in this country, which is the need of the hour. Thanks for the invitation and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Father, for your valuable words. A sage said, one's intelligence never reveal their brainies to others to showcase their ability. So, I invite UG Ed Dr. A. Jayaprakash sir to introduce the resource person.
Most respected Reverend Dr. John Alexander, SGP, the Rector and Secretary. Most respected Reverend Dr. D. Maria Antoniraj, SGP, the Principal. Most respected Reverend Dr. Praveen Peter, Vice Principal and COE. Most respected Reverend Dr. S. John Borg, SGP, our academic guide. Respected PG Head, Dr. A.C. Gomati, organizing secretaries of this international conference, Mr. G. Sivalango and Dr. I. Nias Ahmed, my dear colleagues and beloved students, faculty members, research scholars, and students from other colleges, good morning and warm welcome to everybody. Many of the newly discovered infections have actually been in existence for a long time, but healthcare providers have not seen them in areas where new outbreaks happen. The terms infection and disease are not synonymous. An infection results when a pathogen inverts and begins growing within a host. Disease results only if and when, as a consequence of the invention and growth of a pathogen, tissue function is impaired. As we are fighting with COVID-19 at this moment, it is very relevant that we have this important topic of the discussion in this conference, that is emerging infectious diseases and nanotherapeutics. I congratulate Mr. G. Sivalango sir and Dr. I. Nias Ahmed sir, the organizing secretaries of this conference, and our faculty team for organizing this wonderful conference. I have the great pleasure of introducing our resource person of session 1, Dr. Khalifatullah Sharif, specialist in microbiology, the Royal Hospital, Sultanate of Oman. Sir did his PhD at Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University under the Faculty of Biomedical Sciences on antigenic and genetic characterization of influenza viruses. Sir has completed his postdoctoral associate at Thomas Transplantation Institute, University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, USA, from the year 2010 to 2012. Sir has served as a research scientist in Indian Council for Medical Research project entitled Multi-Site Monitoring of Human Influenza in India at the Department of Virology, King Institute of Preventive Medicine from the year 2012 to 2015. Sir has served as a scientist at the Department of Virology, King Institute of Preventive Medicine on surveillance studies for influenza viruses among the Chennai population by immunological and tissue culture methods, a World Health Organization collaborative project with the support from influenza brand CDC Atlanta from the year 2002 to 2005. Sir has been awarded by American Society of Transplantation as Basic Science Fellowship Grant Award in the year 2011 and American Transplant Congress 2011 Young Investigator Award. Sir has worked as a virologist in World Health Organization and CDC accredited labs for a period of 15 years and handled many medically important viruses like influenza, COVID-19, arboviruses, polio, hepatitis, HIV, HSV, measles, etc., and played a significant role in COVID-19 pandemics. SAR is capable of managing molecular, serology, and virology laboratory, performing diagnostic tests in labs or hospital setting, training staff, teaching students from diploma to PhD grade, performing research, writing research articles and projects. SAR has a huge experience in technical skills related to immunology, animal handling, molecular biology, and virology. SAR has authored many research articles, books, and presented numerous research articles in various national and international conferences. So with this brief introduction, I take this opportunity to thank him for accepting our invitation to deliver a talk in this international conference. I thank you all for your patient hearing and have a fruitful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, now the platform is open for your presentation.
Good morning, one and all. Hope you're able to hear me.
Yes, sir. Audible.
Sir,
It's
it's
very
audible,
clear,
sir.
It's audible, right? Okay. Thank you for the kind introduction. And it's really a privilege for me to be a part of this BIOZONE 2021. At the outset, I like to thank the relevant pattern, co-patterns, chairpersons, conveners, organizing secretaries, and members for conducting BIOZONE 2021 and giving me an opportunity to be a part of it. This webinar is very special for me because I had an admiration for Sacred Heart College's culture, its discipline, and its innovativeness. And not only that, I hail from a small village called Mohammedapuram near Velakkalnatham, which was in the same district where Tirupattur was before. So my talk will be a simple and social welfare oriented. I've tried to make it as much colorful as I can so that the attention is there always throughout the presentation and it sticks into the mind of the listeners. At the end of it, I wish the students are enlightened and take up a bit of social responsibility to make the world a more beautiful place to live in. Okay. Are you able to see the shared screen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. Screen is visible, sir.
Screen is visible, right? Okay. Okay, hope the slideshow is on now, right?
Yes, sir. Slideshow
Okay.
is on and it is clear.
Yes. So, emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases is the title of my presentation today. And as everyone had mentioned that this is a need of the hour and we need to know a lot about this disease. The aim will be to define what is disease and to explain about the different concepts related to the disease and to introduce a major concept related to emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases and their how to prevent them. The talk contents will be like this. First, we'll cover a few definitions. Then we'll look into what is emerging and re-emerging disease, infectious disease, and then how are they generated, how to detect them at the earliest, how to reduce them, and how to prevent them also, and also what will be our role towards a healthier planet. The definition of the disease. The term disease refers to a condition that impair a normal tissue function. That is, if something happens to a person or any living thing and it affects its tissue function, it is called as a disease. There are different types of diseases like genetic, metabolic, and aging. And these categories do not come under the infectious disease. The infectious disease is a disease that is caused by the invasion of a host by agents that harm the host tissues, and that is why they and then they cause the disease. And this can be transmitted to the other individuals also. So the difference between an infectious disease and the non-infectious disease is that the infectious disease is caused by some external agent which invades the body, and it is able to spread from person to person. So what is a pathogen? Microorganisms that are capable of causing disease are called as the pathogens. There are opportunistic pathogens and non-opportunistic pathogens. The opportunistic pathogens are the ones which can cause disease only when under special conditions, when the host immune system is low. Whereas the non-opportunistic pathogens can cause disease in any individual, even in the healthy individual. As it was explained by Dr. Jai Prakash, the terms infection and disease are not synonymous. An infection results when a pathogen invades and begins growing in a host, and the disease happens only if and when there is a consequence of the invasion. That is, the pathogen invades and causes the impairment of the tissue function. The infectious diseases are caused by disease producing agents called pathogens. There are different types of pathogens called as bacteria, virus, fungi, helminths, and prions, etc. As I told you before, not all microorganisms are pathogen, and we have some, apart from the opportunistic pathogens, we have the normal flora also, which are helpful to the body and they don't cause any disease. There are two types of terminologies which we have to be clear. It is that some infectious agents are easily transmitted. That is, they are very contagious, but they are not likely to cause the disease. That is, it can be transmitted from person to person easily, but the disease causing ability will be less. Whereas there are some, and these kind of infectious agents are called contagious infectious agents. There are other infectious agents that are very virulent in the sense that they can cause disease to a high magnitude, but they are not terribly contagious. Example for this will be an Ebola hemorrhagic fever, which doesn't spread so easily, but if a person gets it, then there is a high chance of fatality. Epidemiology is defined as a study of the occurrence of the disease in the population. This is very, very important because the epidemiologists are the people who study everything about the disease and help us in planning the further action. Now we'll see how the infectious diseases occur. So where do the diseases come from? The main source of the disease is the pathogens from the human body itself. The human body itself has pathogen in different organs, like hepatitis viruses in the liver, Plasmodium vivax, the malarial parasite in the liver, and type tuberculosis in the lungs, etc. From an infection, and when the infection happens in a person, and then the person can transmit the infection to others. So humans are the main source of pathogens.
feedback from the
The, then the next type of the reservoirs are the carriers. The carriers are the ones who have the disease and then they pass on the disease during the incubation period. What is the incubation period? Incubation period is a symptom-free period during the time when the pathogens are multiplying within the body. Example, the common cold, HIV, etc. In all the diseases, once a person gets infected, he doesn't show symptoms. It takes some time before the symptoms are seen. So the period from when the person is exposed and the symptoms show up is called as an incubation period. During this time, the person serves as a carrier who can transmit the disease to the other people. What are the different type of disease reservoirs? The reservoir for the disease is a site where the infectious agent survives. For example, humans are the reservoirs for measles virus. Wild rodents are reservoir for Yersinia, and soil is a reservoir for Clostridium. Now we'll discuss about the different modes of transmission. There are 5 ways in which the germs are spread. First one is a direct contact, in which a person can comes into contact directly with the secretions or fluids or body fluids of an infected person, and he gets infected. And then we have the indirect contact, in which a person comes in contact with something with which the infected person has been associated with. Most probably they're there, and most frequently it is the doorknobs. A infected person, when he touches some inanimate object, and if the other person goes and touches it, and he gets the disease from that. The third is the vector-borne. The vector-borne is that is the virus or the bacteria or whatever the infectious agent, it is being transmitted through a vector. Mostly the insects are the vectors, yeah. And foodborne pathogens. So whatever the infections which we get by eating infected food, contaminated, that is the food contaminated with germs known as foodborne infections. And then the waterborne infections, that is the drinking of water which is contaminated with germs. So as I described before, the diseases are transmitted either by direct or indirect contact. And the few examples of the direct contact diseases are ringworm infection, AIDS, trichinosis, influenza, malaria, rabies, dengue, and chikungunya. And these are transmitted directly from person to person. So how does indirect contact happen? So indirect contact occurs when a pathogen can withstand the environment outside its host for a long period of time. That is the microbe, that is the bacteria, the virus, or whatever it is so strong that it can survive even outside the body for a particular period of time. So if the person coughs or sneezes, or by accident if he applies some secretion onto any of his belongings, and if that belongings are taken by the other person, then he gets infected. So example, tissues, toys handled by sick people, and ingesting food and beverages contaminated with germs are all come under this category. So which is the significant form of indirect contact? Fecal-oral route is a significant significant form of indirect transmission for gastrointestinal diseases such as cholera, rotavirus infection, etc. Also included in the indirect transmission are the diseases like that are transmitted from parent to child, such as HIV, herpes, and the TORCH complexes. So you could see that how important the hygiene is and how important the screening, the neonatal screening is to avoid the diseases from indirect contacts. So we'll have an overview on the emerging infectious diseases. What are emerging infectious diseases? Emerging infectious diseases are the diseases that have not occurred in humans before.
Participants, sir, sorry for the interruption. Dear participants, kindly mute your audio. Dear participants, I kindly request to mute your audio.
Dear participants, I request to mute your audio, please.
Nia sir, can you, sir, Nia sir?
Host.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Kindly remove the participant Ashok from the conference.
Remove, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. So continue, sir. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay, I'll start it again. What are emerging infectious diseases? Emerging infectious diseases are those that have not occurred in humans before. This type of emergence is difficult to establish and it is probably rare. So the diseases which were not in the human beings and suddenly they're coming up, and these are called as the emerging infectious diseases. They have occurred they have occurred previously, but in a small number of people in some isolated places, but maybe increasing later on. And they have occurred in the human history, but have only recently been recognized as distinct diseases due to an infectious agent like Lyme disease and gastric ulcers, for example. Because in the beginning, we didn't have enough facilities to diagnose and to come to know what is the real cause. And now we are able to do that. And that's the reason we are able to find out more and more new diseases. What are the reasons or the factors that generate the emerging infectious diseases? The first and foremost thing is the increased international and domestic travel. International and domestic travel is a critical factor for emerging disease spread between countries. Global travel has an effect on the emergence and spread of pathogens and the economic stability of the society. For instance, the previously emerged SARS-associated coronavirus in 2003 was spread to different countries through this mechanism. Now the history is repeating itself and we can see how the COVID-19 emerged from Wuhan city and spread to different international countries. And the next thing is the fragile healthcare system. The fragile healthcare system, along with increased population mobility, rapid urbanization and climate change, and weak surveillance and limited diagnostic capacity have all helped in the development of the emerging infectious diseases. Then the third thing is a migration and war. So migration and war, which causes human population movements or upheavals, are the critical factors for disease emergence. Migration of humans is the best means for spreading infectious diseases, and it is inevitable to shape the emergence, because we don't know when a war happens and when there is a huge migration of people from one country to other and what diseases they have in them. For now, the recent example can be taken as in Syria, millions of people were displaced and they started to move to the neighboring countries as refugees. And the neighboring country population, which was not immune to the diseases which the people had, that the refugees had, they got infected, and these diseases started to emerge in the other countries. And there is an increased human animal interaction also. The transmission of viruses from animals to humans is tremendous for emergence and re-emergence of infectious disease. Thus, emerging or re-emerging infectious diseases affects not only human health but also animal health. The viruses spread without any borders. They jump from animals to humans and they move from country to country. So this issue is more severe in agriculture practice societies because these kind of societies in these kind of societies there is an intimate interaction between the animals and humans, and animals may spread the disease to the humans. So the most important thing is that we have to uh, make sure that the human to animal interaction is not so much, and even if it is there, it should be regularized. Then there are a lot of ecological factors which determine the emerging of infectious diseases. As global population is increasing from time to time, land demand is also increasing, and that leads to deforestation. Intensive agriculture practice and environmental changes were highly related with the increased risk of zoonotic diseases emergence. Therefore, the exploitation of the nature by humans, such as deforestation or practicing of hunting, puts many humans in contact with the pathogens and leads to the development of new pathogens and thus the new diseases. There are many virus-related factors, like the most of the emerging viruses or the emerging diseases are from the RNA viruses. The RNA viruses have the potential to mutate, that is, they can change easily, and it helps them to escape the immunity, or it helps them to jump from one host to other. And in the same way, the use of antibiotics, that is an indiscriminate use of antibiotics, unregularized use of antibiotics, leads to antibiotic resistant organisms, which have become an real headache now. And then comes the urbanization and the population mobility. Heedless mobility in crowded areas like markets, bus station, tourist areas, beaches, and other cluttered areas is the best way which help the spread of emerging infectious diseases. You could have very well seen how the COVID-19 infections rise after any get-togethers or any festivals or anything. So we have to make sure that we are responsible to prevent these kind of issues. So here in this slide, I have illustrated that there was a climate change. That is, the temperature became a bit warmer in USA, and this led to the better survival of the mosquitoes there. And this led to the this led to the spread of Zika virus in the country. And then we have a very good example of the COVID virus, which saw that it emerged among the occupationally exposed people, the wildlife market. That is, the virus spread from the bats to the civets, and from them, the humans which who visited the market, they got infected, and it spread throughout the world. And same, the distribution of bat reservoirs in the Africa region from Zaire to West Africa led to the spread of Ebola virus. And everything is related: the vector, the ecosystem, the pathogens, and the climate change all have to be managed. If not, it will result in more and more infectious diseases. So, as I told you before, the three important things that we have to keep in mind are the environment, host, and the pathogen. If all the three are being managed in a right way, in a regularized way, then everything will go on well. But if the environment is affected, or it will lead to the pathogen getting disturbed, and it will lead to the host getting the disease. So all the three things have to be managed in a proper way. This is a slide from my Viva presentation. It's a long time I did this one. This is just to show that the influenza virus is present in so many reservoirs. Like there are so many different types of influenza virus, and they are present in so many animals or birds. And out of this, only few have caused the pandemics till now, like H1N1, H2N2, and H3N2. But if you see, there are many other subtypes also there in different different reservoirs, and they're just waiting to unleash the terror. Like, so if there is any letdown from our end, again, a slide to illustrate the importance of influenza, the importance of surveillance for influenza virus, because it is found in a variety of animals with which we are in constant touch with. So we have to be very, very careful in handling this animals. So one more mechanism in which the new the emerging viruses develop is the antigenic drift and antigenic shift. What is antigenic drift? As I told you that the RNA viruses tend to change or mutate a lot. The influenza is an RNA virus and it has a segmented genome. During its replication, it mutates a lot and results in small changes in the hemagglutinin and neuraminidase particles. So this is something called as drift, because it happens slowly and it doesn't cause a change of subtype. For example, a drift in AH3N2 will Sydney will be like, it will be changed as AH3N2 Panama. That is, there will be a very minute variation in the strain, so that it will escape the vaccine efficacy, but it will not cause disease in all over the world. It will cause just some epidemics in a small part of the country. But there is another one called antigenic shift, and this is the one which we have to be careful. This happens when one subtype of influenza mixes with another completely different subtype of the virus. Here you find the AH5N1 and AH3N2. These two undergo a genetic reassortment, and a new strain is formed, which is called as AH5N2. And this AH5N2 has never caused infection in humans, so the human will not have any antibody against it. And once something like this happens, we'll be facing another pandemic, like as we found during the pandemic H1N1 type. So why these kind of things happens? This is a cycle of avian influenza viruses in animals and humans. This is the natural cycle of avian influenza. It is found in the wild birds, and the waterfowl get infected with it, and it just cycles between these two. But when the domestic birds come in contact with the wild waterfowl, the viruses from the wild waterfowl transmit to the domestic birds. And if there is an integrated farming, like if you have something like a pig farm along with the domestic birds farm, then the viruses from the domestic birds are transmitted to the mammals like swine. Then these are the amplifying hosts. And when man comes in contact with the pigs, and a new variant gets transmitted to humans. Actually, pigs generally harbor the human viruses also. So the viruses from the birds get into the pig, and then the reassortment happens between the human virus and the bird virus. And when a man comes into contact with such an infected pig, and he gets the infection. This is an example of how the Nipah virus spread. The fruit bats, they are the reservoirs of the virus, and as they eat the fruit, and the virus is being left on the fruits from their oral fluids, and then The pigs eating it, they get the disease, and even the humans who eat the fruits, they get the disease. Once the disease is established in the humans, and it spreads easily from person to person. Okay, this is another illustration on how the spread of Nipah virus occurs. The same thing which I had told you in the before, and even when people consume palm sap, and if it's been littered by the bats having the Nipah virus, they get. Emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases threaten all countries. That it doesn't mean that a developed country will be saved and an underdeveloped country will be affected. It's nothing like that. These diseases can affect any countries, but the only thing is the developed countries will be a bit more prepared to handle because of the resources they have, and the damage caused on the underdeveloped countries will be much more. Ebola hemorrhagic fever emerged in African villages, whereas schistosomiasis re-emerged in Egypt, and Legionella was found in the Philadelphia. So globally, the re-emerging and emerging diseases are common. This is a slide which shows the importance of a very hot topic now. The bat coronavirus. Coronavirus from the bats is being transmitted to the kiwits, and when they get amplified here, and the kiwits and humans are in close contact. When the humans get the infection, they get the person who is occupationally or accidentally infected comes in contact with the keyword, gets infected, and then the virus multiplies here and gets more and more genes to help it spread easily in the humans, and then the havoc starts, and it starts spreading to the other people. Now there are few, we have seen we'll see now a few examples of the emerging infectious diseases. Lassa fever is an acute hemorrhagic illness. It's caused by the Lassa fever, which is a member of an arenavirus family. Humans usually become infected due to the exposure to food or household items contaminated with urine or feces of infected rats. So here again, the disease is transmitted from some animals. It was supposed to be endemic in Benin, Ghana, etc. But it exists in other countries also because of the increased mobility. Person-to-person infections and laboratory transmission can also occur, particularly in the healthcare system within the absence of adequate infection prevention and control measures. Healthcare facility is the place which is the high risk of transmission. So if proper safety measures are not taken in the laboratories or in the hospitals, there are more chances that the outbreak becoming severe. Then we have read a lot about this Ebola virus disease, which is an acute serious illness, often fatal if untreated. This appeared first in 1976 in Sudan, and then it occurred in a village near an Ebola river from which the disease takes its name. It's thought that the fruit bats of the Tauroptidae family are natural Ebola virus hosts, and they are introduced to the human population through close contact with blood secretions, etc., etc. Again, the human and animal transmission resulted in the emerging infectious disease. Ebola spreads from human to human transmission via direct contact, and then through some fluids, and even through some contaminated object like indirect transmission. The next one, an important emerging infectious disease is the Legionnaire's disease. It is caused by the Legionella pneumophila, and the disease is also known as Pontiac fever, Legionellosis. And this happens when the people breathe in small droplets of water in the air that contains Legionella. And main source is that the cooling and plumbing systems. It is the air conditioning systems which have been implicated in transmitting or spreading this disease. I have listed out some other important emerging infectious diseases like the hemolytic uremic syndrome caused by E. coli, and the contributing factor is the mass food production systems, that poor maintenance of mass food production systems. Then the Lyme disease or Borrelia, this is a tick transmitted disease from is transmitted from deer, and deforestation has resulted in the uh, reduction of the host for the reduction of the natural host for the uh, vector, so that when the ticks are being when the deers are being hunted, the ticks don't have enough hosts, so they move into the homes and then they start biting the people, and the people get the disease from it. HIV, the immunodeficiency virus disease, and this is due to the migration of the cities, global travel, organ transplants, blood transfusion, etc. are the major reasons for spread of this emerging infectious disease. Gastric ulcers caused by Helicobacter pylori, it's a newly recognized infectious agent. It's also an emerging one. The other ones are the cholera and the hantavirus diseases. We have read a lot about the different infectious diseases, but now I'll just describe in detail about two of them which have really affected us. The first one is the pandemic influenza. It started in the year 2009. We have faced it and we know how it was. And we thought that that is something big till we came across COVID-19. The pandemics are severe outbreaks that rapidly progress and are associated with emergence of new virus to which the overall population possesses no immunity. So the population is completely naive, or it is unprepared or unprotected to this pathogen. It is like someone is attacking us from behind, or someone is attacking us without any idea that we are completely unprepared to face it. So the damage is high. There have been different influenza pandemics, like in the 1918, the Spanish flu, Asian flu in 1957, Hong Kong flu in 1968. The current, the latest one was in the 2009 one, that is the pandemic H1N1, that is the swine flu. And this data is an old one. Till now, it would have been changed a lot. Okay. And this pandemic influenza was very important to me because it was the first pandemic I worked on, and my research topic was also on influenza virus, and it was really satisfying to do some work which really helped the society. When I was doing my PhD, I was praying that there should not be a pandemic till I submit my thesis, because I know if there is a pandemic, then the whole work will get stopped for I don't know how many years. So good thing that I submitted my thesis in 2009 January, and this pandemic started later on. And that time I thought that influenza is the only virus which is capable of causing havoc. But then all my thoughts were proven wrong last year, when with the advent of COVID-19, you could have really seen no need to explain anything about this, because everyone have undergone something which we had never imagined or never expected. Closing of borders, no travel, lockdowns, hospitals being flooded with patients, and many deaths of the near and dear ones, and everything, a fear, even a fear to meet our friend or meet our relative. But all this could have been prevented if we had been a bit more responsible, and if we had respected the other living things too. Now we'll move on to the re-emerging infectious diseases. Re-emerging infectious diseases are the ones that were once major health causing major health problems globally or in a particular country, and then decline dramatically. So why they come again? Because as I told you, maybe the immunity is waning down in some vaccine prevented diseases, or if a person because of due to the increased use of indiscriminate use of antibiotics, the microorganisms, the bacteria has become resistant to the antibiotics which we use, and they start to cause the diseases again. one of the important re-emerging disease is the dengue fever. You see now it is being established as an epidemic. Like wherever we have the vector, there is the disease. So if even in the places where there was no vector, we are finding now that the vectors are being growing because of the change in the environment. Then malaria, again, it's a vector-borne disease. So if the vectors are not controlled, even this disease is going to re-emerge and play havoc. Rabies is a fatal but preventable disease. It spreads from people to pets if they are bitten or scratched by then a rabid animal. So if we are having pets, we have to make sure that the pets are vaccinated for this virus, and so that we are not in the risk of getting the infection. And if there are any stray dogs, we have to make sure that a proper plan has been made by the society to take care of that issue. Schistosomiasis is an parasitic disease called, it's also known as bilharzia. And this is caused by mostly by Schistosoma mansoni, hematobion, or japonicum. And this occurs when the people swim in the areas where there is a snail population, as snail is an reservoir for the schistosoma. Tuberculosis. This Mycobacterium tuberculosis is caused by tuberculosis is caused by the bacteria Mycobacterium tuberculosis that more often affects the lungs. It is curable and preventable, but the problem is that it is a long course of therapy, and the people discontinue the therapy, and it leads to the formation of multi-drug resistant bacteria. And even in the people who take the antibiotics regularly, also sometimes we find that the resistant organisms develop. So this is a pathogen based factors which help in the developing of this disease. And there are a few more examples of the re-emerging infectious diseases. Cryptosporidiasis, diphtheria, meningitis, pertussis, measles, yellow fever, etc. But if you look into the contributing factors, mainly it will be like that all that can be controlled, like inadequate control in water supply, and increased international travel, and interruption of immunization program due to wars or political changes, and refusal to vaccinate based on the fears that vaccine is not safe, or other possible factors, and the vaccine efficacy is waning, or is reducing, or immunity is reducing. And failure to receive vaccination because of economic issues, or because of the ignorance, and use of insecticides, which results in resistance of the pests, and increased population of the vector. So there is a concept called One Health, that is the human, animals, and environment all has to go together. So if we respect all the three in the same way, then we can have one health that is very good, safe, and the world will be a much healthier place to live in. If not, we are facing the consequences of that. Now, now we have seen what are emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases. Now we'll move on to the next step of detection of the diseases. So there has to be a surveillance. What is surveillance? We have to do a continuous monitoring to identify any abnormal activity. This will help us to identify the outbreak at the earliest, and it will go a long way in combating the infection in the early stage. So if we find some a part of the population is affected by some disease which has not been there before, immediately it has to be reported to the health authorities to take the proper action. And even the isolate. Once the people are getting that, try to isolate them in the same places and don't visit them or don't allow them to visit. This will help in the retaining the disease or the infection to the particular place. And the mode of detection, methods of detection, rapid detection tools will help in identifying the pathogens at the earliest, because you have to do it at the earliest to limit the spread. Detection of variants, this is very important in the case of viral emerging diseases, because now we see there are different variants of COVID circulating. If you don't have an idea, if you are not detecting for the variants, then we'll just think that it's just one, and the vaccine, whatever we have, is fine, and we can just go on with the same thing. But no, it is very, the pathogens are very clever. They keep changing, so we have to always keep a surveillance. So I'm just showing some of the equipments which are used. These are some RNA extraction systems. This is the PCR system used for the amplification. And what is the importance of identifying them, the diseases at the earliest? So if we are able to detect in the earlier phase, we will not allow the disease to peak. It can be arrested and it can become flat. The curve can be flattened at the earliest. And if this is being done, then there will be no issue in of like overcrowded hospitals, not getting health care, and neglecting of other diseases. And we have to make sure that whatever the causative agent has been implicated is being culled or killed, or it's not coming in contact with the humans. Then the general public health surveillance activities or something like this, to recognize what is an abnormal activity, to report the abnormal activity to the concerned authorities, assess how it is spreading and why it came up, and give a report and act according to the report, and then finally again reassess how our action is working. So early detection and action will have a reduced impact on the population. What is the role of research in prevention of these diseases? So whatever I talked to you in the previous slides, it's all the data generated by the different research programs. So the research has helped us to understand the infectious cycle, which is very critical to identify the accessible target and to do the appropriate control actions. Example, the vector-borne diseases may be prevented by control methods that either kill the vector or prevent it from coming in contact with the humans. And the research will help in the development of the vaccine, which will help the development of the vaccine, which will help to control the pathogen. You could have seen it very well in the case of COVID. So the research gives us an idea about what is the agent that causes the disease, what is the reservoir, and where these germs live, how they come out from the reservoirs, how they spread in the society, and how a person contacts them, and which is the population which is affected in any specific age group or someone with some health conditions, and all this idea we get from the research. So what we have to do to prevent further issues with this kind of thing? Animal control programs are very important. Animals are carriers of many diseases that also affect humans, which we have seen in the previous slides. So we have to keep an thorough check on the diseases with the animals get, and we should not come in contact with the sick animals. And the sick animals have to be again isolated to spread its prevent its spread among the other animals and humans also. And if the animal dies, it has to be disposed in the proper way. Example are the tuberculosis, brucellosis, etc. So dogs are the main reason for this persistence of rabies in our country. So it will be better if the dogs are licensed and the owner should show a proof of rabies vaccination. And bubonic plague is spread by rats, and rat control in urban areas is a major component of public health effort to prevent the plague. Insect-borne diseases such as malaria can be controlled by eliminating breeding areas for insects using pesticides and draining areas for stagnant water color. This I will go in detail. Okay. Now, this is the time in which all our all the regions in our country are at the risk of getting the dengue infection. So we'll go through a few things in a bit detail. So how does the dengue infection occurs? The Aedes aegypti, Aedes albopictus are the vectors which contain the dengue virus. So these mosquitoes are day biting mosquitoes. So a person gets exposed and there is an incubation period. And then the infection happens, like the incubation period will be 3 to 14 days and the disease occurs. And if the person is treated, he recovers. If untreated, it may also lead to death. So how to control this? There are two phases of control. One, it's called inter-epidemic control, the first one. So the epidemics happen year after year. You will see every year after the monsoon, that is after the month of August, we find that the dengue virus spreads rapidly in our areas. But why, when we know that something is happening, why can't we prevent it? Okay, now I'll give you some ideas like how to prevent it. So during the non-epidemic period, that is when you're not having the infection, wherever you find the vector, try to destroy the vectors. That is using, that is the environmental control of the larva. And then the person should prevent themselves from getting exposed to the mosquitoes because of by using personal protection. Then there is an epidemic now. Generally, many places it would have already started. So what we can do now, we have to increase our control to another level. That is, the infected person also transmits the virus to the mosquitoes. So even here, the person should be, the infected person should not be allowed to come in contact with the mosquitoes. In the same way, the diseased person should be given proper case detection and management. Again, we have to look in for from where did this epidemic start, where are the breeding grounds, and we have to do an environmental control to get rid of all those things, and having the, and also protect ourselves from by using the creams or mosquito nets or whatever to prevent the spread. There have been many vaccination programs, and smallpox and polio are the very shining examples that vaccine works. So always be open to take vaccination. Okay, with this, I think I'm coming to the last part, and I'll give you some take-home points, so which will give you an idea about how to go about from now. First, there has to be a very robust disease surveillance system to be implemented. This is because searching the source of virus can be, or the pathogen can usher us to a very simple intervention. If you know that this is the pathogen, it is causing the disease and it is being transmitted from this particular vector, we can take appropriate control actions, and the disease can be controlled in a very early phase and very easily. Then we have to stop travel immediately. Viral infections or any emerging infection, they don't know any borders, they don't need any visa or passport to travel. Within a short period of time, it becomes a global issue because of the increased mobility. So we have to stop the travel immediately. Illegal wild animal trade should be controlled. As we have seen that most of the infections are being caused from the animals, we have to make sure that the illegal animal trade should be controlled. Then spillover of virus from animals to humans should be prevented. Each country should have a series of laws and regulations to prevent and control of infectious diseases in humans, animals, and wild animals. Because in the country like us, we have integrated farmings. We have we come in contact with our pets, and even we rear animals for commercial value. So there should be a proper healthcare system for everything, so that there is no spillover of the pathogens from animals to us. The healthcare system should be improved considerably, so that there is an immediate reporting of any abnormal events, and the healthcare systems should be so robust that it should be properly networked, and it should be able to handle any kind of emergencies like what we came across in the pandemic. The preventive and controlling methods followed by or forwarded by WHO or any concerned body should be followed and applied strictly, because we know that there a lot of research is being, and lot of studies and lot of analysis has been done before a body like WHO or CDC they give us some steps to follow. We have to make sure that we follow those steps. We should have an very good public health infrastructure, because it is critical to the current mitigation and future prevention of emerging infectious diseases. The diagnostics are an important tool for identifying and characterizing infectious disease agents from both clinical and environmental samples. The common techniques like molecular assays like PCR or sequencing, etc., have to be established in different parts of the country, so that early detection takes place. Global surveillance and data communication is very important, because let's say we have seen in managing the influenza pandemic, because there was a global surveillance, it was easy to control the pandemic. It didn't become as big as the COVID-19. Then international collaboration is very important, because as I told you, the disease, the virus doesn't stop in one country or one place. So it's like to spread everywhere. So if any untoward happening in one place, it's better reported early, and proper measures are taken care, so that it's controlled. One Health, again, I'm emphasizing on this one, because One Health is very, very important, that all the workers, like the human healthcare workers, the animal healthcare workers, and the environmental specialists, all come together and form an universal strategy to prevent the development of emerging infectious agents. So what can be our role towards a healthier planet? Now, as the monsoon has started and the cases of dengue are increasing in different parts of the country, what we can do to make our surrounding safe? So the dengue infection are mostly spread by the viruses which are transmitted by the mosquito vector Aedes, and these are the breeding sources. Wherever there is a stagnant clean water, this this mosquito breeds, and therefore the virus gets propagated and it gets transmitted. So our thing will be to remove this breeding sources. So wherever you find this, try to remove them as much as possible. So our task will be to the removal of sand sedimentations, waste, and water hazard plants also, like in the coming slide I'll show you. See, wherever this aid in the spread of filariasis and malaria. So whenever you come across these things, try to make in some effort to bring into the notice of the competent authorities, so that they can be cleaned. If possible, create an awareness in the community, and encourage them in waiting towards the control of these diseases. So show them what are the sources and their how to store, keep the sources safe. Demonstrate children, the school children, make them messengers to carry the information to the remote areas also. Conduct camps in which the awareness is created. And involve them in doing the cleanup things and making a safe environment. Spread pamphlets regarding the control and prevention. So main thing is that, and even how to clean up the things and what are the things to be used and what to keep and what not to keep. So with this, I come to a conclusion of my talk. And now you all know that the diseases emerge, how the diseases emerge and what we need to prevent them and what part we can play in keeping our environment safe. So let's own up some responsibility and take up even a small task to do it. We need to maintain the COVID-19 protocol at least for an year, even after there are no cases in our country, because we should not allow the virus, which is sleeping somewhere, which is just hiding, to again come into contact with us and mutate or form into a variant and cause create an havoc. So we have, even if we are not finding any cases in our area, it's not advisable to move without mask or without maintaining social distance or whatever it is. It is our responsibility to maintain the COVID-19 protocols at least for one more year. That's 1 more year after there are no cases, to prevent or to eradicate the virus. Okay, and my best wishes for the students here to come up as researchers who can develop more and more strategies to combat these emerging diseases, and some of them to become academicians to generate more of this kind of people, and some of them to become like me, that are diagnostic and social welfare people. And also we need some politicians to help us to implement our strategies in the fast and make our area a good one. Thank you everyone for the patient listening. With this, I come to an end to my session. And any questions, I'm ready to answer.
JP sir. JP sir.
Hello, sir. Can you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. We are hearing.
Okay. Okay. So sorry for the interruption. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful talk on emerging infectious diseases. The lecture has touched the A to Z of emerging infectious diseases. The talk has certainly enhanced the participants' knowledge on infectious diseases. Thank you, sir. Shall we go to the questions one by one, raised by the participants?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the first question is, what are some reasons why newly emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases occur?
Yeah, the reasons I have explained it clearly, like the change in climate is one of the main reasons, that when the temperature becomes more warm, and it helps in the survival of the vector, even in the places where the vectors were not found before. And then the vectors, as the vectors grow, they transmit the disease. And second thing is the increased exposure of the humans with the animals, and the domestic animals with the wild animals. I can give you one example here. I am a bird lover, and I used to have some African lovebirds. Along with it, I wanted to have some game fowls, and I bought them and some quails. All were growing together. Suddenly, I found some ticks coming in, and I destroyed everything. So when there is a contact of humans increases with animals, there are chances of emerging diseases to develop. So these are the main reasons of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your answer. The next question is, how we can improve our healthcare system in a simple way?
Yeah, the healthcare should be, what we have to do is, the first thing is, what we can do is that the first and foremost thing, we have to have a robust surveillance system. So we have a good healthcare system in Tamil Nadu, that from the tertiary care hospital till the public health labs, there is a good surveillance system. But it has to be more, it has to be networked in a way that any untoward incident happening anywhere, it should be any untoward incident happening anywhere, it should be reported immediately to the concerned authorities and the concerned hospitals, and they should take care. Second, we have to improve our diagnostic facilities, but there are a good amount of laboratories which are equipped with all the modern facilities, so we can take care of the diagnostic facilities. But the hospitals are the ones which really need upgrading, so that because of the high population here, we always suffer when there is an emerging infectious disease, and the hospitals are not able to take care of all the patients or the infected people. So the hospital infrastructure has to be developed more to handle any kind of these emerging diseases. That's.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your answer. The next question is, what are the challenges for addressing emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases?
Okay, for emerging infectious diseases, the challenges is that if you find some issue, it's a late reporting. First thing is the late reporting to the concerned authorities. Even COVID-19, you would have seen that it started in China a few months before, but the global population was unaware of it till it started to spread to the other countries. If it had been communicated early, then it would have been controlled. It would not have become such a big disaster. First thing. The next thing is that the people have to take some responsibility. The government can do things, the government can tell, but it is us we have to do. If they are asking us to maintain a social distance, if they are asking us to be masked, we are asking us to be at home, it has to be followed unless and by us. If you're not following it, it leads to the spread of these diseases. The third thing is that a lot of questions regarding the vaccination. So people not taking vaccination and preventive measures is also aiding the emerging infectious diseases to come up. So these are the challenges which we really face.
Thank you, sir. The next question is, what is the relationship between biodiversity, land use, and emerging infectious diseases?
Biodiversity, land use, and emerging infectious diseases. Yeah, because of the growth in population, we need. We are doing a lot of afforestation, that is deforestation, or whatever I call it, like because we need more land, and we are encroaching on the wild areas like forests and making it as a cultivable lands for use, and even for building our homes, etc., etc. So what happens here is, the virus which is in animals, it has sufficient reservoir, like it has the sufficient number of hosts in which it is happily living there. It's not disturbing the humans. But when we go and destroy the biodiversity, and we encroach upon the environment and disturb them, they don't have any other place to go, and that's when they start attacking the humans, and that is how the pathogens jump from species to species, and these emerging diseases develop, and we are paying a big price for that.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Next question is, could you please elaborate on One Health and the steps to be taken to have healthy environment?
Okay, One Health is a very important concept. One Health is nothing but, again, what I told you in the previous slides. Like there are three different entities, but they have to go in together in a balanced way. One is the human population, other one is the environment, and the third one is the environment and climate, and the third one is the animals. So as there is an increase in population, there is no way that we cannot do deforestation or we cannot encroach on forest land or anything. At the same time, as we need more of the meat products or milk, whatever it is, we have to go in for an increased agriculture and animal husbandry activities also. But if all the three people come together and they formulate, okay, and they go ahead in a planned way. Okay, if we are going to encroach this area, what are the pathogens present there? How can we get rid of it completely? Or how can we replace them into some other place so that they are not disturbed? In the same way, how to manage the animal husbandry in a healthy way, and like organized farming, and how to take care of the sick animals, and why not to come in contact with them, and how to avoid the coming in contact of the risk group with the susceptible group, like the wild fowls with the domestic fowls. And all this will help us to control the emergence of these new diseases. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sir, what is the difference between tuberculosis infection and tuberculosis disease?
Tuberculosis infection is something, any infection is something that when the bacteria or any pathogen goes into the body, and if it stays and it starts multiplying, it is called as an infection. That you just have the organism in the body and you don't have any symptoms, or any of the organs is not affected. But when it starts affecting the lungs, and if you start getting the symptoms, then it is the disease, the tuberculosis disease.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for answering the questions patiently. And thank you, sir, for your wonderful talk on emerging infectious disease. I think the lecture has touched the A to Z of emerging infectious disease. It also enhanced the participants' knowledge on infectious disease. Thank you, sir. I have only one personal question from my side. Sir, when we say emerging, how COVID-19 ruled the world? Okay, so the war has not yet over. So due to this powerful attack by coronavirus, what is your suggestion to the researchers who start to work on these emerging infections, and also your future insight on emerging infectious disease, which may rule the world next 10 years?
Okay, it's a very good question and needs an elaborate thing. First, regarding COVID-19, researchers are doing their part to find out what's going on and how to control it. But the virus is acting faster than the researchers. And you know that the first vaccine which came was had a 70, that's from Pfizer, it had 90, more than 90% efficacy. Then when the Covishield or Covaxin came, they had the efficacy a bit lesser. It's not because of the quality of the vaccine. It is only because when the Pfizer went into the clinical trials, there were no variants. Only the initial thing was there. But when the Covishield or Covaxin came, there are the other variants also developed, so that the efficacy got a bit reduced. But still, the one thing is that researchers are doing their part, but the main perspective is on the population, that now you can see how people are just moving around without any precautions. So now the cases have reduced. It doesn't mean that the virus has gone, and we very well know that the vaccine efficacy is something from 60 to 90%. So the other 10 to 40% population is still at the risk of getting the infection. So the virus is lurking somewhere in the population. So what we have to do is, if we don't allow the virus to transmit from person to person, it will die. That is the only way when we can eradicate the disease from our, we can win this war. But that is not happening. So if we see that if the virus doesn't have any source to grow, it will be there for 1 year or 2 years, then it gets denatured. If but at the same time, if you are giving it an opportunity to grow, even the vaccinated people, though they have antibodies, some people develop the disease. So if the virus comes into those people, it slowly starts mutating in a way that it escapes the vaccine and it becomes a new variant. This will happen only when we leave our guard down and we allow the virus to attack us. So we have to cut the exposure to the maximum, at least for a couple of years, which is the only way we can win this war. That's the thing. And then the 4 next years, as I told you, I had predicted that it will be another influenza pandemic after a few years, but it was COVID from nowhere. But just by concentrating on COVID, we should not let our guard down on the other viruses, mainly influenza, because influenza is just lurking around the corner and it can cause havoc maybe as a next pandemic.
Thank you, sir. We may pray more pandemic will affect the world. Okay. As we are going
Pray for
to
it.
do this conference, we may pray that no more pandemic should affect the world. Free
Sure,
from
so
all
that's
as well as re-emerging infection. Thank you, sir. Thank you for wonderful inputs. The participants, we will give the contact details, email ID of the resource person so that you can contact him and clarify your doubts. Thank you very much, sir, for patiently answering the questions. Over to the MC.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation and kind words. At last, we express our gratitude by saying thanks. By UG Association Secretary, Mr. S. Sanjay Kumar.
No duty is more urgent than the returning thanks. Good morning, one and all present here. It's an honor to offer a vote of thanks to a person like Dr. Khalif Abdullah Sharif, microbiologist in the Royal Hospital, Muscat, Sultanate of Oman. We really appreciate the time to took for this event. I am grateful for sharing your knowledge, thoughts,
Video on her, Rin. Video on her.
was
Sanjay,
ma'am.
Sanjay, continue.
continue, ma.
Okay. No duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks. Good morning and one and all present here. It's an honor to offer a vote of thanks to a person like Khalif Abdullah Sharif, microbiologist, the Royal Hospital of Muscat, Sultanate of Oman. We really appreciate the time took of this event. I am grateful for sharing your knowledge, thoughts, and experiences. It was such wonderful to see a big personality like you connected with us. We all agree that your session was most interesting and informative. Thank you, sir, for a truly occasion. We hope you will join again with us in future. Our best wishes are always with you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Sanjay. Every content is not explained without a content of introduction. I call Assistant Professor Dr. A. Pungode ma'am to introduce the oral presentation jury of this program.
So, thank you, my dear Lokeshwari. So, good morning to all. So, dear Dr. Chandraprabha, the jury of this session, dear Dr. A.C. Gomadi, PG8, dear Dr. A. Jayaprakash, UG8, and Dr. I. Niyas Ahmad, PG Association President, and Mr. E. Sivayilango, Associate President of UG, and also dear professors of our department and dear participants from various colleges, and finally, my dear beloved students. So good morning once again. Welcome to this session. So now it is my great privilege, and I am happy to introduce the jury of this session, Dr. D. Chandraprabha ma'am. So presently, she is working as an associate professor in biochemistry at Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science College for Women, Coimbatore. She has presented several papers and posters in the various workshops, seminars, and conferences. She also one among the chairman and board members of UG, PG, PhD of biochemistry in courses in various colleges and universities. She has published many papers in various national and international reputed journals. So, we are very much proud to invite such a wonderful personality as a jury for this oral presentation. Welcome you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There is always a lamp behind the screen. When the screen disappears, the bright wisdom there is a lamp appears. Likewise, Dr. A.C. Gomadi ma'am disappears the screen by introducing the poster presentation jury of this program.
Ma'am, voice is not audible. Kindly unmute. Okay.
Thank you, Lokeshwari. Most respected Reverend Father Rector, Reverend Father Principal, Reverend Father Vice Principal and COE, and Department Academic Guide, Reverend Dr. John Book, SDB, most respected juries, beloved UG Head, Dr. A. Jayaprakash, respected Presidents, Dr. I. Niyas Ahmad and Mr. G. Sivayilango, and respected my dear colleagues, respected faculties from other institutions, respected scholars, and my dear students, friends, a warm, pleasant morning to everyone. I am profoundly delighted to take an opportunity to introduce the jury for poster presentation organized by PG and Research Department of Biochemistry, Sacred Heart College, Tirupattur, who is going to judge and guide the students, those who are present their posters, is none other than Dr. K. Shobha, Assistant Professor, Department of Biochemistry, Bioinformatics, Biotechnology, DKM College for Women, Autonomous, Vellore. She did her UG in Auxilium College, Kotpadi, Vellore from the year 2000 to 2003. And she did her PG in same college from the year 2003 to 2005. She did her MPhil in biotechnology in Periyar University from the year 2006 to 7. Finally, she did her PhD in bioinformatics with highly commended category in Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore from the year 2011 to 2017. Apart from the education qualities, ma'am has 13 years of teaching experience, 10 years of research experience, and also ma'am has guided nearly 20 MPhil scholars. She has published nearly 50 papers in national journals, 10 in international journals, and 5 in conference proceedings. Ma'am has presented a papers and posters in number of state, national, international conferences, and also attended nearly 210 workshops, training programs, conferences, seminars, symposiums, etc. With this brief introduction, I would like to welcome our jury, Dr. K. Shobha, to this BIOZONE 2021 Virtual International Conference on behalf of the management and PG and Research Department of Biochemistry. Once again, I welcome you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Students are youth builders of the nation. I welcome the presenters to showcase their talent through the presentation. Kindly join the Google Meet link, those who are participated in poster presentations. And also, oral presenters should be ready according to the schedule.
Sir, ma'am, shall I?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, shall I start oral presentation? Shall we
Yes,
start?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, Chandraprabha, ma'am, shall I start?
Yes, ma'am. You can proceed. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Dear participants of oral presentation, so good morning once again for all of you. I'm going to give some rules and regulations for the oral presentation. The first one, the participants are allowed to give your oral presentation for a maximum duration of 5 minutes only. So kindly be aware on this and kindly cooperate. And second one, to remaining the participants are asked to mute yourself. Once your turn comes for the presentation, you may be unmute yourself. And third one, the participants are asked to get ready as per the lot numbers. And finally, the kindly don't try to change your lot numbers. This is for the few rules and regulations. So shall I start, ma'am? So now I call upon the lot number 1. Lot number, the lot number 2. Lot number 2. Lot number just a minute. So the lot number 2 will be G. Kritika, Savita Dental College and Hospitals. Are you here? Ma'am, I think so she not there. Shall I call the another lot number 3, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. We can move on to the next.
Okay. So the lot number 3, Dr. Divya
lot
Darsh.
number 3 க்கு போயிட்டாங்க. Tell you available network.
Okay.
Tungode ma'am. Tungode ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kindly wait for the previous person.
Okay, wait, sir.
You just call her name and ask her to present.
Lot number 2, G. Kritika.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can proceed.
Open out. நீ பிரசன்ட் பண்ணு. ஷேர் பண்ணு. எப்படி அதை ஷேர் பண்றது வரல. வரலையா? சொல்லு அங்க சொல்லு.
Kritika.
கிருத்திகா உன்னை கூப்பிடுறாங்க.
Can start sharing your screen, ma. Have green color button over there in your system.
ஒரு பிங்க் கலர் பட்டன் இருக்கும்.
Select the green color button.
Select the green color button.
Ma'am, if they're having some technical issues, we can go to the next participant. Ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So,
Participants, we are running out of time.
okay. Ma'am, shall I call the lot number 3?
Yes.
Okay. The lot number 3, Divya Darshini, Dr. Divya Darshini. Dear participants, please unmute your microphone.
ஐடி சொல்லுங்க. நீ வாட்ஸ்அப்ல போய் கனெக்ட் பண்ண அப்படியே அந்த மீட்டிங். அது கனெக்ட் பண்ணா மெயில் போயிடுச்சு.
Lot number 3, Dr. Divya Darshini, Savita University. Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, lot number 2 also some network issue, and lot number 3 not there.
Yes, ma'am, we can move to the next participant. No issues.
Next one, okay. Lot number 4, K. Rekha.
Yes, ma'am.
You can proceed, ma'am. You can proceed.
Good morning to everyone. Share வந்துச்சா பாருங்க.
Yes, it is visible, ma'am. It is visible.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, I am audible, ma'am.
Yes, audible only. Audible only. You can proceed now.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Here I am presenting liver and drug metabolism. First of all, we know introduction to the liver. The liver is an organ of the digestive system only found in vertebrates. Liver is a main process. It detoxifies the various metabolites and synthesizes the proteins and produces biochemicals necessary for digestion and growth. In humans, it is located in the right upper quadrant of the abdomen below the diaphragm. And next, role of drug metabolism in liver. The drug undergoes the active drug and into the inactive drug. In drug metabolism, there is a 2 phases, phase 1 and phase 2. In drug, it can be metabolized in the liver. The inactive excretion products, it be excreted in urine and bile. And next, what the body does to the drug. First of all, absorption, distribution, and metabolism and excretion. And next, drug metabolism is also called as a biotransformation. It is a chemical alteration of drug in the body. The drug should be made in lipid and soluble form. Then only it can be absorbed and excreted. And the sites and organs of drug metabolism. The primary site is in liver, and the secondary organs of biotransformation is kidney, lungs, intestine, and skin and brain. Phases of metabolism. There is a 2 types of phases, phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 is non-synthetic and phase 2 is a synthetic. In phase 1, oxidation, reduction, hydrolysis, cyclization, and decyclization takes place. In phase 2, conjugation, glucuronide and acetylation, methylation, sulfate, glycine.
Rekha, your slide not visible, ma'am.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. I'm audible, ma'am.
Will only slide not there in display.
Wait, ma'am. Ma'am, now it's okay, ma'am.
Yes, you can proceed.
Yeah, now okay. You can proceed.
In phase 2 reaction, conjugation, glucuronide and acetylation, methylation, sulfate, glycine, and glutathione take place. The drug first undergo to excretion. Some drugs it take place in phase 1 and it can be goes to metabolize and it can be excreted. Rest of the drugs it can be unchanged and it goes to excretion. Some drugs it goes to directly goes to phase 2 and it metabolize and it can be goes to excretion. Next, oxidation. Oxidation is an addition of an oxygen. It is catalyzed by the enzyme. The enzyme name is microsomal. It is located in the smooth endoplasmic reticulum. And non-microsomal is cytoplasm and mitochondria. It can be located. In oxidative reactions, hydroxylation, dealkylation, and oxidative deamination. These are all the final products of the oxidation. And then reduction. Reduction is an opposite to the oxidation reduction. It is a converse of oxidation, involves cytochrome P450 working in opposite direction. It is an addition of an hydrogen to the drug molecule. Primarily reduced drugs are chloramphenicol, warfarin, and halothane. Warfarin is nothing but it's an anticoagulant, and halothane is an and then hydrolysis. Hydrolysis means it's a no change in the state of oxidation of substrate. The drug molecule is cleaved after the addition of a molecule of water. It takes place in the liver, intestine, and plasma and kidneys. Example: procaine, lidocaine, and aspirin, and etc. In minor pathways, the minor pathways is take place the cyclization and decyclization. In cyclization, it's a ring structure is formed from a straight chain compound. Example: proguanil. And decyclization, opening of the ring structure of the cyclic drug molecule. And then glucuronic and conjugation. It is a major conjugation reaction. It can be catalyzed by UDP glucuronyl transferase. It increases the molecular weight of drug. It can be excreted through the bile. And then acetylation, conjugation with an acetyl group. The cofactor is named by acetyl-CoA and the N-acetyl transfer is an enzyme. The slow acetylatase is predisposed to the toxicity. Next, methylation, transfer of methyl group. In cofactor, it is adenosyl methionine and to the acceptor substrate by methyl transferase. The types of substrates is phenols, amines, and catecholamines. Catecholamines examples is epinephrine, norepinephrine, and dopamine. Drug metabolized in dopamine, pyrimidine, and epinephrine, and histamine, and thiouracil. And sulfate conjugation. It is a conjugation with a sulfate group from 3-phosphoadenosine and 5-phosphosulfate. Cytosolic sulfotransferase, in this enzyme, it can be involved in sulfate conjugation. Glycine conjugation. It is a minor pathway. The types of substance are drugs with carboxylic acid group. Mitochondria alkyl-CoA glycine transferase is an enzyme. And glutathione conjugation. And glutathione conjugated with reactive electrophiles. It can be catalyzed by glutathione and S-transferase, cytosolic, and microsomal. In cytosolic GST, metabolism of drug and xenobiotics. Xeno means stranger and biotics is related to the living organisms. And microsomal GST, it's an endogenous metabolism of PGS or LTS. The drugs can be involved in glutathione conjugation is acetaminophen and bromobenzene and ethacrynic acid. In first pause, pre-systemic metabolism. The metabolism of drug before reaching the systemic circulation. It can be avoided by administering through different routes. Induction of drug metabolism. Xenobiotics activate transcription. It can be induced expression of encoding the drug metabolizing enzymes. The consequence are decrease the intensity and duration of action of drugs. It can, in their own metabolism, it to be induced and others. Next, inhibition of drug metabolism. Involvement of same enzyme and cofactor sometimes leads to inhibition of metabolism of drug by other. Inhibition of metabolism, it accumulation of drug, it leads to be the toxicity. And then summary. The drug metabolism take place absorption, metabolism, and elimination. The drug can be undergoes in phase 1 reaction and metabolized, and phase 2 it could be conjugate and it can be eliminated. Some drugs, it go to drug metabolite with modified activity. It could be conjugate and it goes to elimination. Inactive drug, it can be metabolite and goes to conjugate and it can be eliminated. Some drug is directly goes to the elimination. And the lipophilic drugs, it made into hydrophilic drugs. Conclusion. The drug metabolism or biotransformation are the chemical reactions that are responsible for the conversion of drugs into other products within the body or before and after they have reached the sites of actions. Almost all of these reactions are enzyme catalyzed. The disadvantage is in day-to-day life, we take the drugs, it can be cause the liver injury. The metabolism of drugs by this enzyme system is leads sometimes to more active and toxic compounds which produce liver injury. Example, in the case of carbon tetrachloride, the drug metabolism is inhibited only in severe hepatitis and especially in liver cirrhosis. Thank you.
Well done, Rekha. It was
Okay,
a
ma'am.
nice presentation. I just have one or two queries. See, you have been mentioning about the phase 1 and phase 2 metabolic reactions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding their ADME process, I just want to know, do all the drugs undergo both the phase 1 and phase 2 reactions?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it essential for a drug to undergo both phase 1 and phase 2?
No, ma'am. No, it does not take place, ma'am.
Okay. Then the second question is, you said that the lipophilic drug has to be converted to that of the hydrophobic, right? Can you tell the reaction that which occurs this process, which is involved in this process? Conversion of lipid to water soluble compound.
Ma'am, I don't know the reactions, ma'am.
So you have shown in that slide, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to know the conversion of lipophilic to that of the hydrophilic nature.
No.
What do you mean by biotransformation then?
Drug metabolism is also called biotransformation, ma'am. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, drug metabolism is also called as a biotransformation, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Kana. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Rekha. So the next I call upon Arun Kumar, lot number 5. Lot number 5, Arun Kumar. Arun Kumar, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Can proceed, ma'am.
Ma'am, audible, ma'am?
Yes,
Audible
ma'am.
only. Yes, yes.
Ma'am, can I present?
Yes, ma'am. You can proceed.
Present பண்ணட்டுமா ma'am?
Start presenting, ma'am.
Okay.
Arun Kumar, your slide not visible. Okay, kindly share. Yeah. Now only we can start.
Ma'am, my screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Only the home page will be seen, not in PBT. Yeah.
Ma'am, now it's visible, ma'am.
You can zoom in your PBT. Yeah.
Ma'am.
Not like that. The first slide. Yeah. Now it is visible. You can proceed now.
Good morning to everyone. I am Arun Kumar from first MS Biochemistry. Today my topic is fat walls that could revolutionize medicine. Why I choose this area of science?
Dear participants,
for
kindly mute
coronavirus.
yourself. Dear participants, kindly mute yourself.
Why I choose this area of science? Vaccine for coronavirus are made by using these fast nanoparticles. Disease like sickle cell anemia and cystic fibrosis are caused by mutant proteins. Mutant protein is nothing but a slight change in protein structure of DNA. So we can use this mRNA technique, load an lipid nanoparticle to ask our immune cell to make the correct version of those proteins or antibodies which can cure those diseases. Here it is the problem or challenge. Definitely it's a challenging one because making one good nanoparticle, it took about thousands failures because our fat nanoparticle should be similar to our cells, fat molecule surrounded in cell. Also, it should delivering mRNA safely. Lipid nanoparticles has 4 parts plus our mRNA. First part is phospholipid, which is bilipid layer present inside the lipid nanoparticle. Second thing is cholesterol, which is also present inside the cell. Third one, ionizable lipid, and fourth one, polyethylene glycol. Lipid nanoparticle is mRNA plus 4 parts of phospholipids from forms bilipid layer walls of fat separate inside cell from everything that surrounds them. Cholesterol gives a structural support to the lipid nanoparticle and fills the gap and hold it together to form a rigid structure. Third one, ionizable lipid, neutral in bloodstream for safety, but positive after entering into our cell, which helps us to release mRNA. Fourth one is polyethylene glycol. It's an packaging tape which wraps mRNA. It's a water-loving molecule. And how lipid nanoparticles works using this technology. This lipid nanoparticle helps us to inject the mRNA sequence of virus or antigen, which helps our immune system to produce specific antibody before the virus entering into our body. By using this technique, vaccines are produced. Nanoparticle. What it will learn? Lipid nanoparticle gives long storage stability a long time, and we can use if we need in the pandemic situation. And it is safe method to inject mRNA, and it gives low cytotoxicity. And fourth point is it boosts our immune system with the evolution of new viruses. Disadvantages: it gives allergic responses to vaccine because people are routinely exposed to the plague, which present in their cosmetics. Because in our today lifestyle, we are using more cosmetic, so it contains pig. And the second disadvantage is mild fever, headache, and cold. Conclusion: if you were lucky, we will have vaccine against some of the most deadly and feared pathogens like malaria and HIV. Some of these products are already in clinical trials, and the success of COVID-19 mRNA vaccine will pave the way for the future generation of those therapies. These fat little balls that make this miracle medicine to exactly what it's needed. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Aruna. Happy to know that you have chosen the correct topic for the hour. I just have a question for you. You said that you'll be using the mRNA for loading, right? Do we use the entire mRNA or do we use a segment of the mRNA?
Ma'am, we are using only the segment of mRNA, ma'am. the protein which we need to kill the we have to give memory cell to that protein. So we are using only the segment of mRNA, ma'am.
Okay, if you are using a segment of the mRNA, what is the reliability that it has the functional property?
Ma'am, its functional property, it should possess and kill the virus before we entering into our body.
Okay. Okay, Kanan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
So the next I call lot number 6, Yamini Devi from Sabita University.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear
Yes.
me, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Yeah.
A very good morning, ma'am.
Yeah.
Just a minute, ma'am. I'm trying to share my screen.
Okay.
Ma'am, is it visible, ma'am?
No. Yeah.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, it is visible, but the single slide not there. You can every slides will be visible. You zoom.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am. Just give me a minute. I'm very sorry, ma'am, for taking my time. Yes, ma'am. I got it now, ma'am.
And now it is visible.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
you can proceed, ma'am.
A very good morning, ma'am. I feel very much privileged to make a seminar in front of you, Chandraprabha Mohan, ma'am. My topic for this seminar is about the cord blood banking, which is just gaining importance in the forthcoming eras. The introduction will be mainly seeing about the cord blood, what it is and how important it is in this medical technology, what type of bankings are available, the public and the private banking, and why the cord has to be banked and what are the merits and demerits of this. The umbilical cord is a flexible structure which forms the connection between the child and the mother during the pregnancy. It is supposed to be the lifeline of the baby, carrying the nutrients from the maternal circulation into the fetal circulation and vice versa. And it is very important to assess the status of the umbilical cord in every trimester so that it can determine the development and the survival of the fetus. Basically, it is of the formation starts by the 3rd week of the intrauterine life, and by the first trimester, the umbilical cord is fully developed with 2 arteries and a vein, and elongation starts from the 2nd trimester. It is always surrounded by a Wharton's jelly, which is an extracellular matrix filled with the proteoglycans and hyaluronic acid, maintaining the elasticity of the vessel, because if it is not elastic, it can rupture during the movement of the fetus. And we all know that banking is very important so that it can be used for a future. With the same concept keeping in mind, cord blood is also banked because it contains essential components like the hematopoietic stem cells, the mesenchymal stem cells, and a little of embryonic stem cells. These stem cells can be gained from the other areas also, like the bone marrow, or even from the embryonic stage, like embryonic stem cells, or any other cells in the body can also be virally reprogrammed to give the pluripotent, induced pluripotent stem cells. Stem cells are very important because they enable us to treat or at least minimize the effects of various diseases, like starting from leukemia, blood disorders, sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia was the first case where the cord blood transplant was used in the year 1989 for a 6-year-old boy who is still alive and fairly doing well. It's used in treatment of other diseases like the immunodeficiency diseases and the metabolic disorders. It has gained significance because the researchers find it more helpful to use stem cells in their studies to show how the disease progresses and how it brings about changes in the cells or tissues. And the stem cells also have a marked improvement in replacing the diseased cells with healthy cells. And thirdly, the new drugs which have been introduced can be worked upon on the stem cells rather than damaging the people as a live. The latest thing is the stem cells also used in the treatment of autism, for which a study was made by Dario Siniscalo in Italy, where he used mouse models to determine the effect of stem cells in autism. These stem cells were proven to increase the growth factor hormones and even the anti-inflammatory production in such cases. So where can these cord blood be stored? They can be stored in two types of bank. One is a public bank and another is a private bank. Public bank is used to transfer for the other people. Private is for our own use. And these are the few banks available in India, which I have just put it in a tableau column box. How the blood is collected? Blood is collected in a very simple way. A needle is pierced into the cord and the blood comes along into the bag with the help of the gravity itself. It can also be drawn using a needle like a regular procedure where the blood is taken in for the medical test and all that. So after the blood is collected, this is a collecting bag. The blue color is the collecting bag, and you have a cup where you can store the cord tissue. After collection, it is immediately transported to the lab where it undergoes processing like centrifugation, and it is freezed in a very low temperature of about minus 170 degrees Celsius after adding precipitate so that it does not get crystallized. The advantages is that more people can use stem cells. The HLA matching is very easier with stem cells when compared to the bone marrow cells, cord blood cells. When we take blood from cord, it is easy to match with any person. Then collecting is also easy without giving any risk for the newborn or the mother. And it can be freezed and used even after a long duration. One of the most recent development is that the cord blood stem cells is used for the corona treatment, especially as meso cell. The life cell bank has been given a DCGI approval to use meso cell in patients who have severe pneumonia or acute respiratory symptoms. The only contraindication is that the people donating cannot be it cannot be used for the person donating itself, because they may also carry a genetic variation in the stem cells, and the amount of stem cells collected may be very low. It cannot be used to treat adults, and when you're going for a private banking, we'll have to spend a large amount of money to save it in the bank. And that's it, ma'am. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my slide.
Excellent presentation, Yamini. I just have one question. You said
sure.
start collecting the umbilical cord blood right from the second trimester.
No, ma'am. Second trimester, the cord length, elongation of the cord will take place. The collection will be done only after the delivery.
Okay.
After the cord has been clamped. And even the cord clamping should not be initiated earlier just because we are going to collect a blood, because the cord blood has to enter the fetal circulation because they will get better iron deposits, and even the stem cells can enter the fetal circulation. So the clamping must be, it's better to do a clamping after 3 minutes or so after birth.
After the delivery. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma. So the next I call lot number 7, PS Meenachi.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, now you can proceed, ma.
Ma'am, is screen is ma'am?
Visible, but you can slideshow. You can share the slideshow.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. My title of presentation is Isolation of Novel Anti-Cancer Compounds Against Breast and Ovarian Cancer from Indigenous Edible Mushroom of Lentinus tuberosum. Mushroom is a functional food. It is used in companies as a food and medicine. Among that, there are different types of mushrooms. Lentinus tuberosum is a dead-long rubber tree. It is found in Kanyakumari district at Kiripari Forest. It is consumed by Kanni tribes. Further, no studies is carried on this Lentinus tuberosum. By taxonomic studies, by morphology, it is classified on Phyllis, Lamina, Staphylosporus, and Basidia cystidia. By systematication, it is classified on kingdom, division, class, order, family, genus, species, or vernacular name. By molecular identification, it is done by PCR, DNA isolation, and amplification got ITS RDNA region. It is the picture shown as ITS RDNA. Picture 1 is a marker for lambda in the 3 charges, LAN2 for genomic DNA. It is the nucleotide segment was
Meenakshi?
Sir, ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your slide is not seen, ma'am. It's not moving.
Now it's moving.
Something about the taxonomic studies.
Now it's visible, ma'am?
Yes, Kana. Yes, Kana. Yes, Kana. Carry on.
Nucleotide sequence is got from agrogel electrophoresis. We deposited in a gene bank and we got the accession number is S10605686. And phylogenetic tree, it's similar, 89% is similar to Lentinus tuberculosis of GQ292711. By cultivation of Lentinus tuberosum is based on the preparation of is a basic for fungal preparation. The first picture shows a pure culture of Lentinus tuberosum and PDA plate, and second one is the mother form of Lentinus tuberosum and sporangium grain. The substrate we used paddy star, sugarcane bacchus, sawdust, and rice gum. The maximum yield is a paddy star got from 105.95% and sugarcane bacchus is 98.62% and sawdust is 70.64%. Nutritional composition, the most high value got is a potassium value, vitamins in fruity acids and mycelium. Vitamin A is maximum for mycelium sample, and vitamin B3 nictomine for fruit body, it has maximum value. Coming to ammonia acids, it has both essential and fatty acids. Among the maximum it got is malonic acid, and extraction bioactive compounds it got from dry powder of Lentinus tuberosum, 2.5 a liter of hexane mixed with all the exact condensed powder dissolved in 4% DMFO used for further studies. Why we used as ethyl acetate? Because it has greater antimicrobial activity and antioxidant against the DBVH radiance. Ether and purification titration of bioactive compounds. Ethyl acetate is extracted in loader of silica gel and got from 96 fragments, and later is examined on TCL plate. For TL1 is level to 26 fragments and TL2 for 27 to 42 fragments. This is a thin layer chromatography for TL1. The RF value is 0.432 and the solvent used to chloroform methanol 95 into 5%. It is the NMR structure 5 alpha, 8 alpha epsidoxy, 24 epsilon methyl chlorostar, 622 diene 3 beta OR. L2 thin layer chromatography, the RF value is 0.532 and the solvent is used as hexane ethyl acetate and 90 is to 10 ratio. And the NMR structure for this is for LT2 is Augusto 5, 7, 22 triene 3 beta OL. And the antimicrobial activity is resistant against a human pathogen at different concentration level. For both L1 and L2, it has a more amount of zone of inhibition. Among the gram-positive bacteria has a greater inhibition factor than the gram-negative bacteria. We can see in tabular column. Next, the anti-cancer property of lentinus. The 4 cell lines we taken SCT, collateral canceroma, A61 rhabdosarcoma, SK070 ovarian canceroma, SV breast cancer. We use 5 logarithm concentration 100 mmM, 10 mmM, 1 mmM, and 0.1 mmM and 0.1 mmM. And vehicle used is DMO for cancers. MMT protocol is carried out by calorimeter assay. It is the first isolation and purification for Lentinus tuberosum for evolution of cytotoxicity study for L1 and N2. Both L1 and L2 exhibit the greater amount of growth emission among the A61 and SO03 as high sensitivity among the dose dependent manner. Next slide we can see the graph of concentration of A61 cells for 24 hours, 48 hours. By comparing apoptotic induction is a higher amount of 87% for 48 hours than the 24 hours. It is the confirmed nuclear staining procedure and morphology for A61 cells. And next one, the catalyst activity, it is higher in 3 times of A61 cell host. Coming to conclusion, the Lentinus tuberosum is edible and more commercially used. It is most found in tropical region, and it is an antimicrobial, antioxidant, anti-cancer property of a bioactive compound isolated from test of mushroom may be a starting point for further formulation of drugs and its for study on various molecular targets, both under in vitro and vivo condition. Most of the paramedical drugs companies are approaching for antimicrobial. um antimicrobial for Lentinus tuberosum. It is the patent certificate filed for application on 2012, and the application number is 3620 CHE 2021, and the patent award we got on 2019. Thank you.
That was an excellent presentation, Meenakshi. I just want to know the common name of the
Yes, ma'am.
you have selected. What is a common name?
Ma'am, wait a minute, ma'am.
Meenakshi, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. He is there only, but
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
What is the
Common name? Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Tell me, ma'am.
You have been mentioning about the botanical name only, right?
Colon. Common name is colon kumil, ma'am.
Colon kumil.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a mushroom like that? Colon kumil.
Yes, ma'am. It's in Kanyakumari district, ma'am.
Then, you said that you are isolating the novel compounds, right? And you have shown several studies, NMS studies has been depicted in your slides. Can you specify the exact functional group that is responsible for this anti-cancerous activity?
Wait. Ma'am, sometimes each a different mode of action, ma'am, for antimicrobial activity.
I'm asking about those NMR studies.
NMR spectroscopy.
Yes.
Ma'am, it's my mental research project, ma'am. I'm presenting here, ma'am.
Okay, Kina. Okay, Kina. Okay, Kina. Well done.
okay.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
ma'am.
Meenakshi. So next I call the lot number 8, Dr. K. Niruboma.
Ma'am.
Yeah, sharing. Audible only, but your slide now sharing. Yeah, it is visible. It is visible, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am.
Yeah, now you can proceed, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Nirupama, Assistant Professor, Kogunadu Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. My topic is structural investigation and in silico characterization of proteins of Andrographis acards and indigenous medicinal plant. So this is a Andrographis acards, king of bitter, herbal renaissance against the disease. So why I have chosen this plant means the alkaloid compound andrographolite, which would be very much rich in this andrographis acards. Nowadays, the pharma industries are most wanted the andrographolite compound, which will be rich in andrographis paniclata. So the alternative source is andrographis acards. That's why I chosen this plant, and it is an alkaloid compound. So that's why it is a king of bitter. So my research work was silver nanoparticle, a green biogenic approach for silver nanoparticles in the Diabetes mellitus. So India is the largest producer for medicinal plant and rightly called as a botanical garden of the world. The medicinal plants are nature's priceless and gift to human. So the plant-derived phytochemicals have been traditionally used as natural remedy in the treatment of diverse ailments. They are the backbone of traditional medicine. So in this content, there is an interest in developing novel lead molecules from plant sources in the higher biological activity, safety, and lower cost as compared to the synthetic ones. So the medicinal plants have a promising role to prevent and as well as to cure the diseases. Andrographis is a genus that is the Acanthaceae family of about 40 species, various members of which have a reputation in indigenous medicine. The acards has been used in various folk medicinal preparations, and its chemical composition and pharmacological activities have been elaborated. Then, however, there remains still a few scope for use of modern scientific methods, genomics, proteomics, and bioinformatics in this plant. So the diabetes, we are all well known about the diabetes is a major cause of the death of the world. So the diabetic affect mainly for developing countries like India. So indeed, the India presently has the largest number of patients in the world has been infamously dubbed as a diabetic capital of the world. So the diabetes is known in India for centuries as a disease of rich man, but now spread among all masses. Then the nanoparticle synthesis from this plant sources, it proved the effective, the tremendous pharmacological activity and alternative method for the novel production for the nanoparticles also. In this diabetic world scenario, the top 3 countries in the world, USA, China, and India, in 2030, 1.7 million. It may be raised in the 2030, 79.4 million. It should be raised. So why the diseases it is going to be nowadays the diseases are increasing means the severe oxidative stress, then the environmental factors, then excess of ROS and RNS, it's damage the biomolecules like lipid, DNA, and protein. All this combined to increases the cellular damage and releases some more radicals. It increases the cell death and tissue damage. So it increases more than 200 diseases in our body. So like carcinogenesis, diabetes, neurological diseases, and etc. So all this nullifying only one government, the hero, it is called as the antioxidant. The antioxidant is having the quenching of free radicals, and it is having the neutralizing ability of the free radicals. So now in this, in our topic, we are going to be discuss about the bioinformatics of our acards. Important proteins are involved in that. The proteins, namely, it is called as the RBCL and maturity. Bioinformatics is a personalized medicine data, and it is a genome sequencing, microRNA expression analysis, and materials or gene of offlet of response drug modifying the disease of prognosis. The field of study, it is used to computation to extract the knowledge from biological data. Ma'am, may I audible, ma'am?
Yes, it is audible only, ma'am.
Okay. So the bioinformatics is enable the identification of the genes and gene products or elucidate the functional relationship between the genotype and observe the phenotype. So this structural prediction and functional characterization of the proteins of andrographis acards were done using XPASI protoferrum by using of the computational tool. XPASI protoferrum and 3D structure was done using Swiss model and various by using of this various bioinformatics tools also. So these plants have different families showing identity, that is the 80% and above for in the selected sequences retrieved and aligned using clustered omega Then by using of phylogenetic tree was constructed for the aligned sequences. This phylogenetic analysis of Maturesque of Androprophis acards, it reveals the plants of Verbinaceae, Vignonaceae and Fabaceae family are closely related. The ancestor of the plants, how it is closely related in the phylogenetic analysis by using of the NJ joining method. Then Androprophis acards as an endangered medicinal plants has to be analyzed further for identifying in the various medicinal properties. Information by identifying the primary, secondary and tertiary structure prediction, which can be used for further analysis. So why we are taking this in silico analysis means it is a computational technology. It is developed analysis is widely utilized in efforts to illustrate the pharmacological basis of the functions to traditional of the medicinal plants. So the new drug discovery and drug target identification, application of visual screening and network of the pharmacology, the mechanism of action of medicinal plants, it reducing the cost and increasing the efficiency of the whole procedure also. So in this in silico analysis, the acards were selected, the proteins, the protoform predicted proteins, different organisms related to the evolutionary as a process consequence in the protein sequences. So these findings will helpful to further study on acards proteins at molecular and structural levels and also in homology modeling studies also. To our knowledge, the first study to show these functional aspects of the protein in acards, the further investigations are needed to determine how the protein function in these process and to provide a more comprehensive understanding of the evaluation of this unusual gene. So this is the overall design of our study, the medicinal plant, then what are the tools we are going to be used. This is the overall design. Then the objectives, primary structure prediction, we are using the physiochemical characterization of molecular weight and isoelectric point and coefficient aliphatic index. These are all come under the expansive protoform server. And the secondary structure prediction, that is a self-optimized prediction method. Then the functional characterization and interpro also by using of the interpro analysis of the protein signature databases also single source. Then the BLAST, NCPA and BLAST is used for sequence alignments of the RBCL and HDK by using pairwise alignment sequences. And cluster omega also has a powerful feature for adding sequences to exploiting information and in existing ailments making use the vast amount of pre-computated information in public databases like Protofara. So the emphasis of this work.
Dear ma'am, sorry for the interpretation. The time will be 5 minutes only, madam. Please kindly you can.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Yeah. Okay. So the phylogenetic analysis of RBCL and Maturesque was performed to determine the number of protein, and it is the cluster omega sequences, the pasta formats also in this. So the results and institution, it shows the Androprophis acards protein. It is the accession number. Then RBCL, it contains 184 amino acids, and the Maturesque contains 240 amino acids. So the secondary structure also it's stored to relevant the secondary structure, the proteins, that is alpha helix, extension, and beta and random coil are very important in that. Then this is the result. It indicates the physiochemical characteristics of the two protein, that is RBCL, and erase the molecular weight, PA, and length acid, and positive residues and negative residues of the amino acids it shows. Then the secondary structure also it shows the alpha helix extended strand, how the it should be predominant nature of the helix and coiling, underlining the more compound and strongly bonded with the transmembrane of protein. So this is the tertiary structure of RBCL and Maturesque. This is a phylogenetic, this diagrammatic representation, it shows the phylogenetic tree of the RBCL and Maturesque. So this phylogeny, it is used for relationship among the organisms or genes are studied the homologous of DNA or protein sequences. So it estimates the number of mutations also in protein sequence. It's done by the multiple sequence alignment as a first step. Therefore, it is based upon distance scores, the sequence and similarity of the score. So from My conclusion from the present study of this andrographis is a very highly valuable medicine used in the treatment of various human ailments, and these echoes were selected for the protein. It predicted the physiochemical characteristics of the protein. The phylogenetic study reveals the closed and distinct relationship of the RBCL and Matrix-K protein of the Taenidae family with the plants of other family also. So the further analysis are required for the drug target identification. So this is the first report of informatics studies of andrographis echoes. So the art of medicine consists of using the patient while nature cure the disease. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nirupama. That was a lengthy and elaborate presentation. I just have two questions, ma'am. You said that you have your study was concerned with two proteins, right? You said that you have isolated two proteins.
Yes.
Sequences of those proteins. Have you sequenced those proteins?
Yes, ma'am.
How many amino acids are there in those two?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, tell me, ma'am. I can't hear, ma'am.
See, you have been talking about two proteins throughout the study.
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes.
Have you sequenced those proteins? How many amino acids are there in each of these proteins?
Already I showed you that is the totally the amino acids are in RBCL. I already show 1 minute, ma'am. In amino acids in the RBCL is 184 amino acid and mature scale is 243 amino acids, ma'am.
Okay, Kana. You said that is these two figures are from the prot param tool, right? That is by the in silico you were able to get number of amino acids as 184, as you said.
Yes.
Have you sequenced it using the wet lab?
No, ma'am. In future only I am going to sequence by using of others, ma'am. It is one primary alone I done, ma'am, in work. So the future it will be used for this sequencing analysis.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Dear participants, are only your oral presentation. The time will be 5 minutes only. Kindly to aware and also they kindly cooperated. So next I call lot number 9. Yes, Manobala.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Presenting.
Yeah, your screen it is visible, ma.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can proceed now. So kindly follow the 5 minutes for your allotted time.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning to one and all. I am S.K. Bhagatgeethan from Karpanagar College of Engineering and Technology from Biomedical Department. I'm going to present my project on extraction, characterization, and application of collagen from fish skin and scales. Collagen is the most abundant protein in the vertebrates, accounting for about 30% of the protein content of the total body. It is often considered to be the glue that holds the body together, and collagen is found in fibrous tissues such as skin, ligaments, and tendons, as well as in the bones, blood vessels, and cornea of the eye and in the guts. Collagen is vital for strengthening blood vessels and giving skin its elasticity and strength. The degradation of the collagen causes wrinkles and other skin issues. As a result, collagen is one of the most popular supplements among the elderly because it has skin healing properties. And characteristics of a collagen. Collagen fibers strength and structure to different parts of the body. Collagen have a very good tensile strength. It is one of the longest fibrous structure protein that gives a cell structure from the outside as well as supporting the major part of the body. As an amino acid, collagen is made up of amine and carboxylic acid and functional group. The main elements of the collagens are hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon. And there are a rare abundance of the three amino acid, glycine, proline, and hydroxyproline gives the collagen as a triple helical structure. And this is a structure of collagen. Leininger in 1987 who discovered this structure. And objective to extraction of the collagen from a fish skin and scale, and estimation of the yield of collagen, and estimation of the total protein amount, and detection of the molecular weight of the collagen using a SDS page to find characterization of the collagen, and to find the antimicrobial activity of the collagen in vitro study of wound healing. And the materials and method collections of samples from the skin and scales of the fish, and the species are eukaryotic structure and Oreochromis mozambicus and tilapia species. Samples are collected from the Changalpet market. And the extraction of the collagen from fish scales and skin and scales. Collections of samples. All the samples are followed by procedures performed at 4 degrees Celsius, and they were washed with the distilled water. Skins are taken off and stored in 20 degrees Celsius, minus 20 degrees Celsius. And next procedure is removing of non-collagenous tissues soaked in 0.1 molarity of NaOH in the ratio of 1:10, stirring for 30 minutes and kept it for 6 hours. And then it is treated with acid treatment, which is a defatting of skin, washed with the cold water of pH neutral pH, 10% of butyl alcohol, 10% of butyl alcohol in the ratio of 1:10, kept it for 48 hours, and then it is soaked with 0.5 molarity of acetic acid in the ratio of 1:15 for 24 hours. And then the filtration takes place with the 2 layers of a cheesecloth, and precipitating of the collagen is extracted and added with the 2.6 molarity of NaCl, and centrifuges take place 20,000 RPM for 30 minutes, and acetic acid in the 0.5 molarity pellets is added and kept it for 24 hours, and it is stored in a freeze dried condition. And then raw collagen is extracted. This is removal and processing of fish skins and scales. And then further studies will be carried out by our teammate Monobola. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you for giving this golden opportunity. Myself, I am Manobola. I am a student of Karpena College of Engineering and Technology. I am going to present about the result of my projects. The first is yield of acid soluble collagen from fish skin. From the tabulation, you can find that the fish species nacreated vector can yield the high amount of collagen of 41.01 plus or minus 1.02% of collagen. It is higher than the other species. Estimation of protein content. This can be estimated by using low risk method. The values are given the tabulation. From the tabulation, you can find that N-ductus species have the highest amount of protein content of about 180 mg per ml. And the determination of molecular weight, it is determined by using SDS page. SDS means sodium nuclear sulfate potassium acrylate gel electrophoresis method. It is using with the help of high molecular weight marker. It is about 114 kilodaltons of molecular weight. Then the solubility test. First test is about pH. The first N-ductus species collagen has highest solubility of about pH value of 1 to 4. The effect of NaCl. It has 6% of NaCl has highest effect in collagen solubility. It is amino acid analysis using HPLC. It means high performance liquid chromatography. Next is denaturation temperature of fishes. From the tabulation, you can find that inductor species has high amount of denaturation temperature. It was determined by using viscosity of the collagen, and the inductor has high amount of denaturation temperature of about 41.83 plus or minus 0.29 degrees Celsius. Then the active
Manobola,
material.
sorry for the interpretation. Manobola, the time will be exceed. So kindly wind up. Kindly wind up.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
I have a question for you. You have been doing the SPS page. What
Yes,
is
ma'am.
this that you have used for determining the molecular weight of your compound?
Ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Repeat the question, ma'am.
What is the molecular standard marker to determine your molecular weight of the compound? Which standard have you loaded?
It's a kilodalton, ma'am.
But kilodalton is the unit.
Okay, ma'am.
How will you find the molecular weight of your compound?
Molecular compound. 114 kilodaltons, ma'am.
Right, Kana? 114 is the molecular weight of your collagen. You have been isolated. Against which standard you have found this?
Participants, kindly mute yourself. Kindly unmute.
Sorry, ma'am. I can listen.
Okay.
I don't know, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, okay, next I call upon the lot number 10, Yokesh.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning. Yokesh, your presentation time will be 5 minutes only, okay? Not exit,
ma'am.
okay?
Ma'am.
So kindly
Okay,
wind up the allotted time.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible, ma'am?
Your home page will be visible, not slide. Yeah, now you can zoom the slideshow. Yeah, it is visible. It is visible and kindly enlarge.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, it is visible and nice. Now you can proceed, Yokesh.
Good morning, ma'am, and good morning, everyone present here. Welcome to my presentation. As you can see on the screen, our topic today is CRISPR system. Let us see about what is CRISPR system. CRISPR system is first found in a bacterial cell or a prokaryotic cells. The CRISPR system is like a type of immune system in a bacterial or prokaryotic cell. It is a region on a bacterial genome which interacts with bacteriophage's genome with enhance the CRISPR system. CRISPR system is also termed as DNA repeats with spatial DNA in between. CRISPR mechanism. Bacteriophage inverts the surface of bacterial cell and then injects its genome inside the bacterial cell. The injected viral genome will force the cell to produce a viral protein and viral enzyme. Then it will change the whole mechanism of the bacterial cell. The bacterial cell, because of CRISPR system, can prevent this happening again. CRISPR system is somehow an adaptive immune system in humans. It is a kind of memory of preventing bacteriophage from affecting second time. Principle behind the CRISPR system. CRISPR system occurs in three-step mechanism. First is spatial acquisitions and CRISPR RNA processing interference. Spatial acquisitions. In spatial acquisitions, Cas1 and Cas2 enzyme plays a major role. The Cas1 enzyme helps in the cutting of RNAs and Cas2 enzymes prevents from invading. The bacterial cell took a piece of viral genome which invade the bacterial cell for first time. It integrates the sequence into a spatial DNA. So we will have several pieces of virus into the spatial DNA. Second process, CRISPR RNA processing. One of the strand and two will be copied to the messenger RNA, and then the messenger RNA will be chopped to give CRISPR RNA, which contains a complementary to the viral genome. Diagram defines what I have explained here. Third step, interference. The CRISPR RNA and Cas protein join together to form a complex. The CRISPR RNA will merge with Cas enzyme. When the same virus invades the bacterial cell for the second time, this Cas enzyme and a piece of RNA will recognize the complementary piece here, and this will cause a chop up in viral genome. Applications of CRISPR. CRISPR can be used in gene therapy and other therapeutic. It can be used in agriculture as GMO food, and it is used for gene editing. It is used in organ transplantation and in biofuel industry. CRISPR used in gene function study. And concerns of CRISPR. Public misunderstanding and mistrust of GMOs will hinder scientific progress and valid uses of CRISPR. CRISPR gene editing can cause unwanted changes in human embryos. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yokesh, what is your opinion about this CRISPR system? You have been given the pros and cons, and you have stated that it is against the GMOs also. So what is your opinion about it? Is it a boon or a ban?
Ma'am, in my opinion, it's a boon, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Kanal, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yokesh. So the next I call lot number 11, Karpaga Minayaga, College of Engineering and Technology. Are you there? Are you there? Adhika Lingam. Okay, ma'am, I think she is not there. Shall I call lot number 12, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes. Lot number 12, Balachandra.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can proceed, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my presentation visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible. You can proceed.
Good morning to one and all present here. I am Balachandra from 3rd BSc Biochemistry. My topic is on quantum dots. Let us see what is that. Quantum dots are a quantized energy particles, which is a nanoparticle which has a quantized cumulated energy particles inside it. Let us see. A quantum dot is a nanoparticle. It is a nanoparticle. The addition or removal of an electron changes its properties in useful ways. It is made up of 10 to 15 atoms. It is a nanoparticle, so it is made up of only 10 to 15 atoms. In nanotechnology, they are called as quantum bits or qubits. Quantum dots are measured in nanometers, which is 2 to 7 nanometers. Let us see what are the properties of quantum dot. It is a nanocrystalline, which is made up of a semiconductor materials like silicon, cadmium selenide, cadmium telluride, and carbon. When the quantum dots are illuminated by visible infrared, the electrons excites, and it is used for various methods in biology. It has a diameter range of 2 to 10 nanometers, and it also has a quantum confinement effect. Quantum confinement effect is nothing but it has a zero dimension. Because of its zero dimension, it is very cumularized, and the energy is cumularized in a single small nanoparticle, and it is high and gives high wavelengths. And it also has a quantum mechanical properties too. It also obeys the quantum laws, and it gives a sharper density and has a capacity of targeting cells, targeting genes, and drug delivery systems. Let us see what are the applications of quantum dots in biology. It is used in biological imaging, gene technology, anti-cancer applications, neuroscience, and drug delivery systems. In neuroscience, the neurons are present in our brain, which is a complicated system where we cannot insert a bigger thing into our brain. So nanoparticles are used to study the neurons and glia. Quantum dots are used for visualizing, measuring, or tracking the molecules which are present in our brain. That is the neurons and the glial cells, which is glial cells is nothing but the astrocytes or dendrites other than the neurons. By using a fluorescence microscopy, and they provide the visible to visualize and track dynamic molecules. Other techniques may not be used because other techniques are bigger, and this technique is a very effective way to study the matters which are present in our brain, like neurons and their way in the synaptic clefts, and also we can study the tumors in our brain too. Gene technology. It is also used in the gene technology. QED provide optical and fluorescent biocompatibility surface to act as a multifunctional delivery plant for gene therapy. It is used for gene therapies where the quantum dots takes the specific RNAs, which is altered RNAs by bioengineering, and it is delivered to the specified cells for gene therapies and also for the cancer applications. By using these properties, DNA nanosensors was developed that detects the sequence of DNA pattern. The QED is used to deliver the DNA to the correct specific site by using a high specificity. Quantum dots are very high specificity to deliver the specific RNA to the specific site. Anti-cancer application. Quantum dots are used in the anti-cancer cancer treatments. It is difficult to diagnose. That is, the cancer tumors are difficult to diagnose. By using quantum dots, we can easily diagnose by the fluoropores. Fluoropores are nothing but the re-emitting light, which we can use for detecting the tumor cells alone. QED helps in the biological imaging in the vivo and vitro cells. By viewing the imaging cells in the vivo and vitro cells, we can also find the cancer cells that are differentiated from other cells. Inactive QEDs can be adjoining tumor-specific active binding sites so as to join themselves to tumor cells. Let us see that. The quantum dots use monoclonal antibodies in these drug delivery systems to a specific site where the tumor cells are present. It takes the drugs to the specific site and delivers the drugs to that cell, and that drug destroys the cancer cells, cancer-causing cells. Here, the monoclonal antibodies is used as a drug for treating the cancer. Problems in quantum dot. There are several problems in quantum dots, like the cadmium selenide is a high toxicity, which can cleave the blood vessels when we are inserting the cadmium quantum dots in our blood. So, and also the QED, like black phosphorus quantum dots, are also toxic in vitro and vivo cells. Recent research in quantum dots. It is a high toxicity like cadmium ions. So glyco nanoparticles are used, which is nothing but it is coated with carbohydrate, and also the carbon nanotubes and nanoparticles are used, which is biocompatible to our body. And QEDs like carbon quantum dots are used for targeting envelope virus like COVID-19, HIV, and Ebola. It helps to deliver the specific RNA to these viruses and enables them to silence the genes. QEDs are used in neurological diseases. Its toxicity can damage neurons. So polyethylene glycol is coated over that nanoparticle. My idea of using quantum dots to find the dark
Sorry
DNA
for
pattern.
interpretation, Balachandra. The time will be exceed. Kindly wind up as soon as.
Okay, ma'am. This is the last slide, ma'am. My idea is of using quantum dots is targeting a specific junk DNAs which are present in our human body and activating them and finding the mysteries of evolution. Thank you.
Balachandra,
Yes, ma'am.
can you give the applications of this QD? You have been telling about your idea, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Highlight it. What is your opinion about that QD?
Ma'am, QDs can be used in various areas in gene targeting and in genetic engineering, ma'am.
Okay, how will you activate the science? You have been stressing about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Your last slide, you have been mentioning about the activation of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Just specify.
By developing the specific proteins by bioengineering, we can deliver the specific engineered protein to the specific site of DNA, where we can where we can activate the genes by using already Cas-D protein is used, ma'am, for activating the genes, ma'am. And in future, we may use other proteins which are developed according to the new technologies and activating the dark DNA patterns in our body, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Bala.
Okay, thank you.
Next,
Thank you,
okay. So the next I call lot number 13. Aravind.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, audible only.
I'll share my screen.
Okay.
I'm Merlin Angel from Karpagavanaga College of Engineering and Technology, Biomedical Department. I'm here with my team member for this BIOZONE 2021. And my topic is on synthesis.
Wait a minute, ma. Wait a minute.
Okay, ma'am.
So kindly unmute other participants. Kindly don't disturb to others. And now you can proceed, ma.
Okay, ma'am. My topic is synthesis and validation of hydroxyapatite from freshwater fish scales in dentistry application. And the preview of the work is to prevent the tooth decay and the treatment of lesions is ongoing challenges in dentistry field, and it is considered as a highly prevalent disease, and it's also a major health problem. Due to changes in our lifestyle, it leads to a lack of mineralization in our teeth, causing demineralization, that is the acids excreted by bacterial activity as a byproduct of their metabolism. And we can and the ultimate goal of the dentistry is to achieve by a non-invasive method, that is remineralization, and it also improves aesthetic strength and function. And this process is defined as where calcium and phosphate ions are supplied from a source external to tooth to promote ion deposition into crystal voids in demineralized enamel to produce net mineral gain. And this remineralization process can be done to teeth by hydroxyapatite, and it is a form of a calcium phosphate extracted from crystals. Let's see about hydroxyapatite. And it is a naturally occurring mineral, and it's also a form of calcium apatite, and it is a major and essential component of bone and teeth. And it also
Sorry for interpretation, Merlin, Angel. So your slide not exchange only. The first slide only visible. First slide only
okay,
visible. Did not change at all.
Ma'am, now, ma'am.
And now the introduction slides will be visible.
Okay, ma'am. I'll
You
change.
can share the slideshow. You can slideshow. You can move.
Ma'am, 1 minute.
Yes, yes.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Visible only. You share the slideshow. Slideshow.
It's already in slideshow, ma'am. I think it's a network issue.
Okay,
No,
okay. You can proceed. Okay.
The participant, there is a button like box. Okay, click that box so that your
Sir, it's
Power
already in
plant and
slideshow
zone.
only, sir. It's not changing in.
No, it's at the last of the button. Okay, you have a box like
You
like
can
that. You click
rejoin,
that,
ma.
it
You can
will go
rejoin.
to full screen.
You
It will go to full screen.
yeah.
Yeah. Click that box.
Not coming. The same pictures will be there. Okay, no problem. You can proceed, ma. You can proceed.
Okay, ma'am. And it is also as an important characteristic that is its stability. It is very, very stable when compared to other calcium phosphate, and it can withstand under any physiological conditions like temperature, pH, and composition of body fluids. And it is one of the most studied biomaterial in medical and dentistry field, and it has a proven biocompatibility. And it is also a main constituent and a mineral part of bone and teeth, and it is also used as an additive material because of its unique properties like stability and osteoinductive capacity. And it is also used as a bone implant coating. Recently it is used in a field of restorative medicine. And the aim of this topic is to study the synthesis and validation of hydroxyapatite from fish scales and its applications in preventive and restorative dentistry. The objectives are: first, we have to extract and synthesize hydroxyapatite from the fish scales by a chemical method, and then we have to characterize and next is antibacterial property, and finally it is to validate the hydroxyapatite. Let's see the materials required for hydroxyapatite synthesis. First is the collection of fish scales. Next, we have to synthesize the fish scales using chemicals like hydrochloric acid and sodium hydroxide pellet. And for characterization, we are using Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy and X-ray diffraction method. So we can able to study the crystallinity and the function group present in hydroxyapatite. And for antibacterial activity, we are using Petri plates, Muller, Inton, Hagar, sterile L-rod, sterile swabs, Bunsen burner, sterile well puncture, sample, and dimethylene sulfoxide. And for validation, we are using tooth samples and hydroxyapatite paste. And there is a literature survey conducted in the year 2018, 19, 20, and 16, conducted by various authors. And the next methodology will be explained by Aravind.
Thank you, Mr. Denson. I will be explaining the methodology and of the hydroxyapatite preparation. First, we are collecting the fish scales. Market was soaked and washed in distilled water for the removal of salts and blood and dirty substances. The fish scale was then left to air dry in the laboratory for overnight. Initially, it was deproteinized through the external washing with 0.1 molarity of HCl and rinsed several times with distilled water. The remaining proteins of fish scale was treated with 5% of NaOH, heated and stirred moderately for 7 hours at 70 degrees Celsius. The obtained white precipitate was filtered, washed, and distilled water and dried at 60 degrees Celsius. For the next step of alkaline heat treatment, 50% of NaOH was added into the treated fish scale powder. Then it was calcined at 100 degrees Celsius and stirred for 1 hour. Finally, hydroxyapatite powder was found and obtained. This is the work process. First, as fish scales from Katla fish, that is locally available fish and also called as South Asian carp. Then it's soaked and washed in distilled water and air dried with the HCl. Then dried at 70 degrees Celsius for 7 hours. And then the white precipitate is obtained. And then filtration and obtained of white precipitate. This is the end product. 50% of NaOH and added and incubated at 100 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. And then the final crushed powder. This is the synthesis powder of HAP from fish scales. This is the characterization of HAP synthesis from fish scales. The result from FTIR
Sorry
observation.
for interpretation, Aravind. Sorry for the interpretation. Your slide not change at all. Change and also kindly follow the minutes. Okay, what are given the minutes, maximum minutes? Kindly follow that one. So please
Sorry for
proceed.
the inconvenience, ma'am. It's already in screen sharing, ma'am. I don't know why it's not showing properly.
So it is we are view that only aim and objective slides only there. That
Sorry
slide
for
only
that.
visible for all that. Okay. Okay, you
It may
can.
be a network issue, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So
Shall I
kindly
continue?
follow. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Proceed.
Test the antibacterial activity of hydroxyl update were investigated against both gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria by agar-agar well-diffused method. The gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria taken from the antibacterial activity were Streptococcus aureus and E. coli. Steps involved in antibacterial test. First, we have to prepare the sample. The powder sample was dissolved in dimethyl sulfoxide. The stock solution was prepared as 1 mg per 1 ml. From the stock solution, the working solution was prepared in the different concentration and it was labeled. Procedure is Muller intern agar plates are prepared. 24 hours, the bacterial culture gram positive and gram negative were prepared in the LV broth by using sterile swabs. The organisms were swabbed in the MHA plates separately by using the sterile well puncture, and wells were made in the MH plates. Different concentration of samples were loaded in the respective wells and are. Then the plates were incubated at 37 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. After the incubation, the plates were observed for the zone of incubation. The zone of incubation and size was measured by using scales and values are interpreted. This is the petri dish that having gram positive and gram negative. This shows the zone of incubation procedure by FSHA sample A at 24 hours and against the gram positive organism. This sample B shows the zone of inhibition procedure of FSHA sample B at 24 hours against the gram negative organism. Now I'm showing these samples. Intro study of hydroxyapatite on remineralization of teeth collected tooth samples. Sample A is treated with normal paste. We are using the normal paste with content of fluoride. Sample B and sample C were treated with. Sample B is treated with 0.3 mg of prepared fish hydroxyapatite powder, and sample C is treated with 0.5 mg of prepared fish hydroxyapatite powder. From this, we are seeing that sample A is lessly remineralized than the sample C. I'm finally telling about the social relevance. The prevention of tooth decay and treatment of lesions are ongoing challenges in the dentistry field. Hydroxyapatite are the most suitable materials to control demineralization problems in dentistry field, which will be extracted from easily available waste fish scales. We are seeing in ads that they are asking us, does your toothpaste have salt or not? But I'm sure that our hydroxyapatite has a lot of calcium in it, and it is eco-friendly also, reduce toxicity, economic and biocompatibility. It will restore the tooth enamel and helpful for people suffering from toothache and spontaneous pain due to tooth decay. Thank you. Thank you for BIOZONE 2021 International Conference, and thank you for Sacred Heart College for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, Arvind and Merlin Angel, I have a question for you. Why did you choose scales rather than the bones of the fish? What is the reason?
Those are the major waste from the fish products, ma'am.
Those are the natural?
Ma'am?
Repeat the answer.
Those are the major waste products from the fish scales, ma'am. They are easily available from the markets, ma'am. And they are rich in collagen also, ma'am.
Okay. You're interested in getting the calcium phosphate, hydroxyapatite, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Bones are said to be the rich sources of these phosphate salts. What?
Sorry, ma'am, I can't do it.
Bones, fish bones, they are said to have the rich concentration of these phosphate salt. What made you to choose these scales? Are there any research work carried out using fish bones?
No, ma'am. We are initially started with the fish scales, ma'am.
Okay.
They are giving the better results and recovering. They are the most best product and it is giving the best results, ma'am.
Do you have any literature regarding the usage of bones?
No, ma'am, we don't have anything about bones, ma'am. We are just consulting about the fish scales because they are the most wasting products and they are easily available from, we can get it from the markets.
Okay. Okay, Kana, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arvind. So next I call lot number 14, Resh.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can.
Yes, ma'am, I'm presenting.
So kindly follow the oral present participants. So kindly follow the time duration for 5 minutes. Kindly
Yes,
cooperate to us.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all to present here. I am Reshma, second MSc Biochemistry from Sacred Heart College. I'm going to discuss COVID-19 vaccine. Vaccine content is an inactive part of a particular organism antigen that triggers an immune response within the body. Vaccine contains never producing antigen itself. Vaccination is a simple, safe, and effective way of protecting you against harmful disease before you come into connect with them. It uses your body's natural defense to build resistance to specific infection and make your immune system stronger. Vaccination trains your immune system to create antibodies just as does when it's exposed to a disease. However, because vaccine contain only killed or weakened form of a germs like a virus or bacteria. Introduction about COVID-19. COVID-19 is the largest category for RNA virus. In most of cases, it's difficult to detect coronavirus or different cold-causing virus to causing your fever. Now, as a COVID-19 is a newly identified coronavirus can cause pneumonia and like other respiratory infection. It has an incubate during between 1 to 14 days. Scientists around the world are developing many potential vaccines for COVID-19. These vaccines are all designed to teach the body immune system to safely recognize and block the virus that caused COVID-19. Types of COVID-19 vaccines like Zydus Candila is a vaccine that aims to protect against the COVID-19. It is a DNA-based vaccine. Moderna mRNA 1273 RNA type of vaccines. Sputnik is a non-replicating viral vector vaccine type. Johnson & Johnson is a vaccine. That vaccine also non-replicating viral vector type. As in AZD1222, this vaccine that also non-replicating viral vector. Covishield vaccine, this vaccine also non-replicating viral vector vaccine type. Covaxin, this vaccine is inactivate type of vaccine. This all vaccines are administration method as intramuscular injection method. These are the type of the vaccines, but 7 vaccines are approved by World Health Organization. Moderna mRNA 1273 is the RNA type of vaccine. RNA vaccine teach our cells how to make a protein that will trigger an immune response inside our body. Pfizer is also RNA type of vaccine approved in 103 countries. Johnson & Johnson is a non-replicating viral vector. Vaccine is used to modify the version as a virus that is different from the virus being targeted to deliver important instruction to our cells. The modified version of the virus is called a vector virus. This non-replicating viral vector type of vaccine approved in 75 countries. AstraZeneca is also non-replicating viral vector approved in 1 to 4 countries, and Covishield is a non-replicating viral vector also approved in 46 countries. PP1BP or is inactivated type of vaccine type. The inactivated vaccine is a vaccine consisting of virus particles, bacteria or other pathogens like have been growing cultures that kill to destroy the disease producing capacity to use as a vaccine. Then to Covishield. Covishield is a vaccine is a vaccine that aims to protect against the COVID-19. 16 January 2021, Pune-based Serum Institute of India partnered with the Oxford University to manufacture the COVID-Shield vaccine in India. It is a recombinant replication deficient chimpanzee adenovirus vector encoding the SARS-CoV-2 spike glycoprotein. Following the administration, the genetic materials a part of a coronavirus is expert, which is stimulates an immunoresponse. COVID shield vaccine ingredients are L-histidine hydrochloride monohydrate, magnesium chloride hexahydrate, polosorbate 80, ethanol, sucrose, sodium chloride, disodium edited dihydrate. It consists of 2 doses of 0.5 ml each. No, there is no difference between the first and second dose. Each dose has same content as a viral particle. Both dose COVID shield need to be taken in optimum production. No animal product is used in COVID shield. There is no correlation between administration and the effect of the vaccine. There is a limited experience within the use of the vaccine in pregnant women. The duration of protection has not yet been established. COVID shield will not cause the positive test result for COVID-19 rapid PCR or rapid antigen tests. This is because the test is checked for active disease, for not whether the individual immune or not. COVID shield is excreted in human milk. However, the current guidelines of the Indian government state that COVID-19 vaccine is recommended for all the lactating women. COVID shield side effects, like any vaccine, COVID-19 cause mild short-term side effects like tiredness, muscular and joint aches, fever, chills, nausea, mild headache or mild fevers. Who should and who should not take COVID-19? COVID shield not to be taken by people severely allergic to be any ingredients. COVID shield has been administered to people without comorbid. Comorbid describe 2 or more disease medical condition that exists at the same time in the person, like hypertension, cardiovascular disease, asthma, diabetic, etc. People which are clinically stable comorbid condition can receive the vaccine. Everyone above age 18 eligible for COVID-19 vaccine. Important for COVID-19 vaccines, they are going to give effective inducing your probability of contracting COVID-19. Once you are vaccinated in your body, it's much better prepared to shield off more viruses by making your immune system stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Reshma. I have questions for you. Why do we need a booster dose for these vaccines?
Ma'am, to train our immune system to stronger to fight that future virus.
Okay. Okay, then you have been mentioning that it has been restricted, right? Only those who are above 18 can vaccinate. What is the reason? Why not under the age group of 18?
Under 18, they have problem in immune system to one new pathogens can enter. Suddenly they can't react to the immune system to be stronger. But before above 18, they are some. Before the viruses attack us, they have. That's why the 18 restriction, the 18 years is above now.
To say that they have their own natural immune system?
No, ma'am. The immune system is different than one to another, ma'am. But that age limit is 18 to important that immune system to be matured to compare that below 18, ma'am.
Okay, now there is a relaxation, right? Above 2 years, everyone can get vaccinated. Then in that case, how will you justify it? How will you justify for that? Okay, Reshma.
Okay, thank you, Reshma. Okay, so the next I call the lot number 15, Saravanan.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, now you can proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Saravanan, kindly enlarge your slide, please. Yeah, it is visible. Now you can proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about cancer and metastasis. First of all, we see about cancer. Cancer is a uncontrolled proliferation of cell without any differentiation. It's also called malignancy. It's a non-infectious disease. Starts at molecular level of cell and ultimately affects cellular behavior. Causative agents may be chemicals, toxic compounds, exposure, ionizing radiation, and pathogens. Most cancer form tumors, but all tumors are not cancerous. Now we see about the tumors. Tumors are uncontrolled cell growth producing mass of cells. There are two types of tumors, malignant tumor and malignant. Malignant tumor grows only in one particular place, cannot spread or invade to other parts of the body, and can dangerous if it is present in brain. Malignant. It is capable of invading surrounding tissues. Most malignant cells become metastasis. Classification of cancer based on location, they are classified into sarcoma. Sarcoma usually begins in skin or in tissues. About 90% of human cancer is carcinoma. Some of it affects mostly skin, lung, colon, and pancreas. Sarcoma usually begins in bones, cartilage, and connective tissues. There are two types: bone sarcoma and soft tissue sarcoma. Lymphoma is start from a white blood cell. It affects the lymph nodes and specific sites. There are two types of lymphoma: beta cell lymphocytes and T cell lymphocytes. Leukemia begins in blood, forming tissue, causing large number of abnormal blood cells and enters the blood. Myeloma is usually begins in plasma cell. Plasma cells are capable of producing various antibodies. Central nervous cell cancer. It affects mostly brain and the spinal cord. Metastasis. Tumors deposited discontinuous. Metastasis or tumor deposit discontinuous with the primary tumors and located in the distant tissues. The process is called metastasis, and the resulting sub-deposits are called metastasis. Metastasis strongly reduces the possibility of cure of cancer. As metastasis spread can lead to the death. There are the 5 major steps in metastasis. First of all, the cell infiltration and invasion. After that, the release of neoplastic cells, and they live in the blood circulation. After that, arrest in the capillary beds penetrate to the lymphocyte of blood vessels, followed by growth of tissue-blood tumor cells. Pathway of spread. They usually spread to lymphatic spread, hematogenic spread along body cavities, direct transplantation, and rarely along the epithelial lining. Some of the diagnosis of cancer: biopsy, endoscopy, blood test, bone marrow aspiration, pap test, imaging studies, and genetic analysis. Treatments and prevention. Treatment is usually by surgery, chemotherapy, radiation therapy, targets therapy, immunotherapy, stem cell therapy, laser treatment. Nowadays, some of the drugs are developed for the various types of cancer. Blood products, donation, and transfusion. Prevention is by avoiding the tobacco, alcohol, infections, environmental pollution, occupational carcinogen, and radiation. Thank you.
Thank you, Saravanan. Can you specify a few biomarkers for this cancer? During diagnosis, yeah. In the diagnosis, you have been mentioning about several specimens. What are the biomarkers to identify cancer?
There are 2 genes involved, ma'am. Suppressor gene and P53 genes.
So you mean to say those two are the biomarkers?
Ma'am?
Are they the biomarkers for identifying cancer? For detecting
DNA,
it?
they have DNA, RNA, and proteins.
Okay. Okay. You can proceed with the next.
Okay,
Thank
thank you, Saravanan. So the next I call lot number 16, Santosh Kumar M. Santosh Kumar, are you here? From Konganadu Arts and Science College. Ma'am, shall I move on to the another one, another lot number, ma'am?
Ma'am, Santosh Kumar is available, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Unmute பண்ண சொல்றாங்க.
Okay, ma'am. So can I start, ma'am?
Yeah, you can start.
Audio page. Audio page. Am I audible, ma'am?
Audible only, audible only.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So very good afternoon to the organizers and the panel members. Myself, Dr. Santosh Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Biochemistry, Konganadu Arts and Science College. So my topic is
Dear, yeah.
1 minute, ma'am. Sorry. Sorry, I need
Your
to change
slide
the
not
slide,
visible.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will correct.
So and also the kindly follow the time duration, sir. So I request.
Pramode ma'am, I think he's having some issues with the screen
Yes,
sharing.
sir. Yes, sir.
Maybe due to a poor network connection or.
Okay, shall I call the another lot number, sir?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
if his
ma'am.
network issue is
Yes.
fine, means he can present at last.
Ma'am, shall. Okay, okay, fine.
Yes, ma'am. We can permit him at the last. Now we can
Okay,
call upon
okay,
the
fine, ma'am. So next I call lot number 17, Karunagaran. Lot number 17, Karunagaran. Karunagaran, are you there?
Ma'am, I am audible. Am I audible?
Audible only.
Yes, ma'am.
You can share your slide, Karunagaran.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, yes. Visible, but you can slideshow. You can do it slideshow.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Karunagaran from First MSc Biochemistry, Sacred College. Now I am going to talk about an important discovery in the field of agriculture and environment. Now I come to the topic.
Karunagaran, sorry for the interpretation. So slide not clear. So you can slideshow. Put the slideshow, ma.
Okay. Now, ma'am.
The top. No. All the slides will be visible.
Now, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
The single slide it is visible, but you can enlarge.
Okay.
The top of the slideshow will be there. No, you can see. In top.
Ma'am, can I start, ma'am?
Okay, you can proceed.
Okay, ma'am. Introduction. Recently it is developed BUSA biodecomposer. It is developed by a group of scientists from Indian Agricultural Research Institute, Delhi. Here the name BUSA indicates nothing, but it is the another common name for Indian Agricultural Research Institute. This is how it got its name. This BUSA decomposer reacts on stubble to convert it into the compost. Stubble means nothing. It is the remaining residues of crop after it get harvested. This discovery is mainly invented to curb the air pollution in Delhi and northern Indian states that is caused by the stubble burning practice in the adjoining states of Delhi.
Karnagaran, sorry, once again, your slide not move at all. The same, the first introduction slide only visible.
You know, ma'am?
Now, second slide is visible.
Okay, ma'am. BUSA decomposer. This BUSA decomposer is in the form of capsules and it comprises 8 microorganisms. All are fungal stains. These fungal stains gives enzymes for the decomposition. During the stubble burning, the good fungi found on the okay, ma'am. Decomposer mixture. This BUSA decomposer is not directly used on stubble. The process involved in the liquid formulation using 4 capsules, jaggery and chickpea flour mixed in 25 liters water, and it leave to 8 to 10 days for the fermentation process to be completed. After the fermentation of mixture, then it ready to spray on the harvested fields. It makes the speedy decomposition of stubble. 4 capsules are enough to make 25 liters of mixture. This 25 liters of mixture is enough to cover 1 hectare or 2.5 acres. Time to decompose. It will take around 15 to 20 days for the complete decomposition of stubble. But in normal condition, the paddy straw alone takes 45 days to decompose. Many other plants take at least 3 months to decompose completely. Advantages. The main advantage of this decomposer is to prevent air pollution caused by the stubble burning. When we come to North India, especially Delhi is heavily affected by air pollution in the winter that is caused by the stubble burning in the adjoining states of Delhi. Farmers in Haryana, Punjab and Uttar Pradesh used to burn the harvested land after the harvestation of paddy. It leads a massive air pollution in the Delhi and other North Indian cities. So, by this method, the stubble burning will prevented substantially. And the farmers in the India always prefer to practicing stubble burning because they should quickly prepare the land for wheat cultivation in November. By this method, the farmers can decompose the remaining residues with this mixture in the shortest duration. And the cost of this capsule is very low. Each capsule is 5 rupees. 4 capsules is enough to cover 1 hectare or 2.5 acres. The cost for the practice this technique is also very low. During the stubble burning, the good fungi found on the top layer of the soil are killed. It makes the land infertile and low fertility. By contrast, in this method, the stubble converted into compost with the help of fungi. So the land will rich in fertility and productivity. More importantly, it is organic and eco-friendly in nature. And this is how farmers practicing stubble burning. And this is about how the farmers spraying the mixture on stubbles. conclusion. In conclusion, I want to add that the globe is fastly warming than we predicted, and rapid increasing people population, animal and contribute also for more carbon emission. It leads the globe to most hazardous condition. I hope this technique will reduce it substantially and crucial discovery for the mankind and all the living creatures to live long. Thank you.
Thank you, Karnagaran. I just want to know, is there any research carried using this biodecomposer?
Ma'am, this research is completely done after 5 years of research, ma'am.
So you have collected the information only on the review aspects.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Karnagaran.
Ma'am, shall I?
Yes, for the instruction. Santosh Kumar, Dr. Santosh is ready. Okay. Yes, messaged me. Okay. Kindly allow him to present now.
Yes.
Okay. Sir. Dr.
Thank you,
M.
sir.
Santosh Kumar, sir, you can
Thank
now
you.
proceed, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And very good afternoon to the organizers and the panelists who are present here for this virtual conference. So myself, Santosh Kumar, Resident Professor, Department of Biochemistry, Konganadu Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. So my topic is isolation and characterization of novel small alpha peptide from young leaves of medicinal plants. Yeah. So peptides play a major role in the therapy and applications in the industry. And in plants, there are several small peptides present. And the role of the small peptides are to propose the defense mechanism. Similarly, all the animals, insects, and amphibians, each and every organism has their own small peptides, but their activity is actually inherent for their survival and reproduction. But still, we can isolate such small alpha peptides and we can apply them in the medicine industry. It's very common that there are dipeptides, tripeptides, tetrapeptides. So why these peptides are very special in the biology? So these peptides are low molecular weight like molecules, and they are relatively very simple and small structure, and they show very lower antigenicity, and they are very easy for to get absorbed. In addition to that, these small alpha peptides, they exhibit potential anti-tumor activity, and they are useful in the cardiovascular effect, and they exhibit antiviral activity and antifungal properties. So overall, we can say these small alpha peptides, they have several therapeutic and biological activities. That's why we are interested to isolate the small alpha peptides from the plant leaves. One more thing we must understand, these small alpha peptides, they are not present in all sort of plants. There are certain plants which they have especially this kind of small alpha peptides, but it has to be explored because still we have not identified the small peptides in all the plants. So the research is on now. So Dr. Ramachandra Murthy from PSG College of Arts and Science started this research some 12 years back, and he has documented some database, like he has documented so for 3 plants in which the small alpha peptides are present. So for my PhD research, I chose a plant Annona muricata, that is source of, and I have documented the presence of small alpha peptide in my PhD research. So, but there are several documents available to state that young neem leaf, they contain a special small alpha peptides. So these peptides are naturally antibacterial. That is how they are useful to the host, that is plant. One example to say is PP thionin is a popular small alpha peptide which contains only 3 amino acids. And why we are not we are not getting this, or we are not able to buy the small peptides in the market, because they are the synthesis and isolation of the small alpha peptides are little difficult. So commercial availability is also very less. So they are naturally expensive. That's why we are going in for isolation of the small alpha peptides from the plant source, which are abundantly available in the nature. So in my study, I chose the plant Annona muricata, which is popularly known as soursock. In Tamil, it is called Mullusita. And we chose young leaves from the winter season from Coimbatore region, especially Western Ghats. And we prepare the steps are as follows. First is to prepare the crude extract from the young leaves by using the 80% ethanol. Then we need to prepare ninhydrin reagent, which will confirm the presence of the small peptides. We will confirm the small peptides using the circular paper chromatography technique, in which we will apply the extract in the dot, like we will put some 20 to 30 drops of the extract, and followed by that, we need to dry the paper and we need to apply the copper to ninhydrin reagent. So the copper to ninhydrin reagent will especially act on the peptide bond, and they will form a kind of yellow color spot. So the yellow color spot will verify that there is presence of small alpha peptide in the sample. And further, we need to cut the yellow color part from the circular paper chromatography, and we need to purify the peptides using 80% ethanol. Because this purified form only can be taken for the further analysis like UV spectrophotometry, FTIR spectrometer, GC analysis, NMR studies, and sequencing methods. So in my research, I have finally sequenced the 3 amino acids present in the small peptide by using de novo sequencing method, that is MSMS technique. So the result shows that, so this paper chromatography clearly shows that the presence of small alpha peptides, which are indicated with the yellow color, and but this is actually only a confirmatory test, but we cannot state that how many amino acids are there, but we can state that with this yellow color spot, we can state that there are some small peptides available. They can be either dipeptide or tripeptide or tetrapeptide. So we need to confirm the chemical nature of the peptides only by the analysis method. So we went for the UV spectral method, which showed the wavelength of the small alpha peptides. This is almost a confirmatory test, confirmatory step to verify that there are small alpha peptides alone. Because one more thing, we need the circular paper chromatography will confirm the presence of alpha peptide, not the beta peptides. So the next confirmatory test is FTIR spectrum. This spectrum also clearly showed that the purified sample from the young leaves of Annona muricata, they possessed small alpha peptides, which falls in the range. And further, we went for the high-end, high-profile technique called the MSMS de novo sequencing method. So in this method, we sequenced what are the amino acids present in the peptide. So normally, when you read the peptide, you have to start from the left, that is N-terminal end, to the right, the C-terminal end actually. So when we sequenced this novel peptide, we could find that the 3 amino acids were present in the small alpha peptide. So it's called a tripeptide. So what are the amino acids? Alanine, phenylalanine, and cysteine. So these 3 amino acids were found to be present in the peptide isolated from the young leaves of Annona muricata. And we confirmed with the spectral values. So conclusion is, it is confirmed that the young leaf of Annona muricata plant possesses the copper to ninhydrin positive compound. So this positive compound test confirms the presence of alpha peptides, but we cannot confirm whether it is tripeptide, dipeptide, or tetrapeptides. So further we sequence and we concluded that the 3 peptides, the 3 amino acids are alanine, phenylalanine, and cysteine. Since these small peptides are costly materials and they are not available in the commercial market, so we go for this simple method to isolate and characterize them. So these natural peptides are preferred most as synthetic peptides are highly expensive and unavailable. So the small alpha peptides extracted from the natural sources will gain a medical importance in the pharmaceutical industries and medicinal research. So this research paper has properly documented the presence of small alpha peptide in the young leaves of Ananum buricata. So next step, we are making efforts to document the biological activities of these small peptides. Or already there are ample number of documents available to state that the small peptides, they possess various biological activities, but their activity varies from species to species. So the next step is we are going for the like biological studies with the isolated small peptide. And thank you for the opportunity given to me to present my work.
Thank you, sir. That was an excellent work. I just want to have one clarification. Why specifically it has been mentioned as young leaves? Why can't we randomly select the leaves of the plants?
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for this very nice question, ma'am. Actually, only in the young leaves, the tripeptides are available. When the leaf matures, the small peptides actually they get denatured. That's the reason we are going for the young leaves.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So next I call the lot number 18, Renault.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Let me
yeah,
share my
now.
presentation.
Yes, yes.
Ma'am, is there any issues?
I
Renault?
think so. The Renault.
Santosh, Dr.
Yeah,
Santosh, Renault is.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
My screen is visible, ma'am.
Your home page only visible, ma.
Now, ma'am.
Yeah,
Is it
it
visible?
is visible. Now you can proceed, ma. Now.
Okay. Good afternoon to all present here. This is Master F. Renault from 3rd UG, Department of Biochemistry, Secretariat College, Tirupattur. I'm here to give a presentation on single cell protein. This is the agenda of my presentation. Introduction about single cell protein, production of SCP, nothing but single cell protein, materials required, identification methods, protein estimation, application of SCP. Yes, introduction. First, we should know what is meant by single cell protein. Single cell protein is nothing but refers to a dried microbial cell or total protein extract from pure microbial cell culture. Yes, it was coined by scientist Carl L. Wilson in 1966, which was used as a food supplement to humans and animal feeds. Single cell protein is dried cell of microorganisms which used as protein supplements. The reason for why I'm choosing this topic is nothing but nowadays the agriculture is getting reduced or decreasing. So later in future, definitely the protein supplement and supplementation of protein will be in deficiency. So it will be very useful. Now it is not get accepted, but in future it will be accepted for proteins as a protein supplement. Yes. In present, the present studies apple, orange, tomato, and pea pills were used as a substrate to grow Saccharomyces cerevisiae strains to obtain single cell protein. Saccharomyces cerevisiae strains is nothing but a simple yeast. It is a type of a single cell protein. Let me explain in coming slides. Agriculture waste used for single cell protein production proves to be a cheap and economical substrate and also helps in management of waste. Yes, due to the cheap and economical substrate, the agriculture waste are used for the production of SEP. Yes, production of SEP in fruits and vegetables waste. As I said, it is the only thing which explains as a very cheap and economical substrate. About production, various microorganisms like algae, fungi, yeast, and bacteria have been cultured on waste materials as substitute to obtain protein concentration. Due to the lack of protein supplement, it is used as a best thing, as a cheap one. In coming, India stands second to produce fruits and vegetables in the world. India is the second place as a production of fruits and vegetables in the world, according to the Agricultural Research Data Book 2004. Yes. Agriculture waste used for a single cell protein production proves to be a cheap and economical substrate and also helps in management of waste. Thus, the present investigation was carried out to manage and reuse the fruit and vegetable waste to manufacture simple. We already was using the fruits and vegetables waste as a fertilizer, biofertilizer, but we can also use as a protein supplement in the form of SEP. The peels of apple, orange, tomato, and pea were used as a carbon sources enriched with required nutrients to culture Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Let me explain what is meant by Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Saccharomyces cerevisiae come under the family of Saccharomyces. It is nothing but a species of yeast. This is mainly known as an instrument of winemaking and beverages. Its common name is baker yeast and scientific name is brewer's yeast. Yes. It is especially extracted from the grapefruit pills, skin of the grapefruit. Next, materials, sample collections. 12 samples from apple, orange, tomato, and pea were collected from the local market. It's nothing but the samples of a mainly source of SCP collected from the apple, orange, tomato, and pea plants. Yes. How we are going to isolate the Saccharomyces cerevisiae from one content. For example, I have given two examples. One is a bread and another one is a potato. The Saccharomyces species was isolated from the bread sample and was serially diluted. The dilutions were later spreaded on a potato distilled agar, and finally the plates were incubated at 30 degrees Celsius for 3 days. Here there is a clear picture of a pure culture of Saccharomyces cerevisiae. It's identification of Saccharomyces cerevisiae. How we can identify the Saccharomyces cerevisiae, the type of special yeast? Saccharomyces cerevisiae was identified using following tests from the mixed population of microorganisms. Lactophenol cotton blue staining. Next, test for hydrolysis of urea, fermentation and harvesting of a single cell protein. These are the tests undergone to identify the Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Let us see step by step. Lactophenol cotton blue staining, LCB, the short form is called as LCB staining, was performed to study the morphological structure of fungi. To undergo this morphological structure of fungi, a small amount of culture was taken on a slide and spread to obtain a thin layer of film. This was carried out to study the microscopic structure and finally identify this. To identify what type of yeast it is, we are undergoing lactophenol cotton blue staining. The organism was elliptical shape. The Saccharomyces cerevisiae shape is elliptical and spear-like structure. Next, thus the organism was identified as Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Sorry. Next, test for hydrolysis of urea. The test was carried out on Christian's urease agar stand to test the ability of the organism to produce the enzymes urease and cause. It is the type of a test of hydrolysis of urea. It is a deduction of urease production in bacteria. In bacteria and fungi, how much the urease is present, we are going to find. Then deducts the urease production in bacteria, rapid growth and fast reaction time. These are the things collected from that analysis. This, what will be the result? The organism was found to be a negative for urea hydrolysis as visualized in figure. This is the figure which denotes the hydrolysis of urea, Christian's urease agar stand. Thus, the obtained organism was checked on Christian's urease agar stand and incubated at 25 degrees Celsius for 48 hours, for 2 days. Next, methylene blue staining. The viable cells were observed to be colorless, whereas the dead cells took up the stain and appeared blue in color. It's nothing but it describes how many living cells there are in living that cell population. With that species, how many living cells are present and how many dead cells are present. The small amount of culture was taken on the slide and flooded with the methyl blue until dry. The slide was then observed under the microscope. With the help of a microscope, it will be visible to us. Next, fermentation and harvesting of a single cell protein. The supplemented fruit hydrolysate medium was prepared. First, we can take the supplement. Then the sample extract obtained water added with the ammonium sulfate 2 grams, monopotassium phosphate 1 gram, magnesium sulfate heptahydrate 0.5 gram, sodium chloride 0.1 gram, calcium chloride 0.1 gram, and glucose 2 grams to it. And what will be the result? The sample extract were added with the required nutrients to obtain glucose supplemented fermentation broth. The fermentation broth, as it describes in a figure, pH was adjusted to 5.5. pH was adjusted to 5.5 because it is undergoing fermentation process, it is adjusting to 5.5. Distributed among 3 conical flasks, autoclaved and cooled. Next, protein estimation and analysis. There are 2 analyses. One is physical and another one is chemical. Coming to physical analysis, the protein obtained was physically analyzed through wet and dry weight. With the help of weighing machine, we can get weighted. Next, chemical analysis, Lawrence method. The protein amount obtained was determined using Lawrence method. How much the content of proteins, measurement of content of proteins measured. Next, thin layer chromatography. Thin layer chromatography was performed to identify the amino acid composition of the protein synthesis. How much the amino acid present or synthesized in this protein, we analyze. Next, applications of a single cell protein. The main application is to provide instant energy. It is extremely good for healthy eyes and skin, provides the best protein supplement food for undernourished child. For example, sugar is one of the disorder which may affect only children as a malnutrition. Yes, for that purpose, this SAP is used most probably. Serves as a good source of vitamins, amino acids, and minerals, food fibers, etc. Thank you. This is all about my presentation.
Renaud, I just have a question for you. Can you specify about the cost effectiveness of the single protein?
The cost effectiveness, it will be, already I said it is very cheap in economic status, ma'am, because we are extracting it from agriculture waste, fruits and vegetables waste. I think it will be very cheap and best for everyone.
Okay, Kina, thank you.
Thank you, Rinald.
Ma'am.
The next lot number 19, Dr. Selvaraj Jayaraman. So there, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Next, the lot number 19, Dr. Selvaraj Jayaraman. Sir, are you there? So, ma'am, he is not there. So, shall I call lot number 1, Soundarya? Lot
Yes.
number 1,
Yes, ma'am.
lot number Soundarya, are you there? Soundarya also not there, ma'am. Next, lot number 2, Kritika. Lot number 2, Kritika.
Yes, ma'am. I'm there, ma'am.
Now you can proceed, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to everyone present here. Today I'm here to present on a topic, Arabidopsis, a model system in biological research. So before moving on to the topic, we should know why should we need a plant model? Plant constitute over 90% of total world biomass. Nearly 250,000 species of flowering plants exist in the world. In order to study the biological process that are plant specific such as photosynthesis, and how plants are economically important in agriculture and in medicine as well as in nutrition, how plants evolve multicellularity and use different mechanism of cell to cell communication, and how they are important in genetic model system, etc. So Arabidopsis thaliana is otherwise called as thali cress, rock cress, or mouse ear cress, or Arabidopsis is a small flowering plant which is native to Eurasia and Africa. It is considered as a weed in many parts of the world. It is found along the shoulders of roadsides and in distributed land. It is a popular model organism in plant biology and genetics. Coming to the history of Arabidopsis thaliana. Johann Stahl in 1577, who was a physicist, was the one who first described this plant and called it as Philocella siliquosa. Later in 1753, Carl Linnaeus renamed this plant as Arabis thaliana. Gustav Henol, a botanist in Germany, erected the new genus of Arabidopsis. The first mutant of Arabidopsis was reported by Alexander Braun. It was a double flower phenotype. Edna, who was a student of Leiberg, published a thesis on first collection of Arabidopsis thaliana mutants. Leiberg, with the help of Albert Crons, he collected nearly 750 natural accessions of Arabidopsis thaliana. John Langridge and George Reddy has suggested Arabidopsis as a useful organism for biological laboratory experiments. Reddy was the one who introduced this model for the scientific community. The first Arabidopsis conference was held in 1965 in Germany. Later on, the DNA-mediated transformation and first cloning of Arabidopsis thaliana gene was described, and the entire genome of this plant was sequenced by the year 2000. Next, coming to the taxonomy. So this plant belongs to the family of Brassicaceae. It is otherwise called as mustard family because some vegetables such as cabbage, mustard, broccoli will all belong to this group. It consists of medium-sized, economically important flowering plants. Advantages of this plant. It has a very small genome and small plant size, which limits the requirement for growth facilities. It has a very short generation time of 6 weeks. Each plant can produce about 10,000 to 40,000 seeds. It has the ability to grow in laboratories as well. Many variants are also available and they reproduce by self-pollination. Genome. So this plant has a genome which consists of 5 pairs of chromosomes. It is found that 157 million bases of DNA. About 18% of genes were common with the human genome. So the genome includes 105 million base pairs of euchromatic DNA and 15 million base pairs of sequenced heterochromatin.
Why scientists use this plant as a research plant? So as it is very easy and inexpensive to grow and produces many seeds, it allows extensive genetic experiments, often involving tens of thousands of plants. It has a very small genome. It is used to simplify and facilitate the genetic analysis. It is favored among the basic scientists because it develops, reproduces, and responds to the stress and disease. Compared to other plants, it lacks the repeated, less informative DNA sequence that complicate the genomic analysis. Once a gene has been discovered from the Arabidopsis, the equivalent gene may be found more easily in other crop plants. Functions of many genes isolated from crop plants can be better understood through the study of Arabidopsis homologs. Knowledge gained from Arabidopsis on the defense mechanism against pathogen. For example, it can be directly used to develop disease-resistant plant in other species also. It serves as a more and more resource base for breeders of crop plants as well as a model plant. It enhances the knowledge of plant scientists worldwide. Evolutionary aspect. Arabidopsis thaliana. It is a model organism which is used to determine specific plant pathogenic resistance. Plants are expressed to many number of pathogens throughout their life. So they will have receptors on their cell surface. Two receptors, namely bacterial flagellin receptors and bacterial EFTU protein, will use the signal transduction pathway and initiate the disease response pathway. So likewise, it will inhibit the pathogen growth on them. Plant with these receptors, nowadays it is increased in the population. So this plant is also used in the study of system acquired resistant. Epigenetics. Agrobacterium tumoriferans induces tumorous growth. So epigenetics is nothing but the mutation which is chromosomally inherited, but they do not have any change in the nucleotide sequence. So agrobacterium will induce tumorous growth in the plants. So this is due to the transfer of hormone biosynthesis gene from bacterial TI plasmid into the chromosome of the host plant. So this TI genes, which will be located in the tDNA portions of the plasmid. So how we can transform this plant? By replacing this TI gene with a gene of interest. So Arabidopsis is transformed either by spraying or dipping into the concentrated culture of agrobacterium in a surfactant solution. Transformation will occur within several days or weeks. So we can able to select this transformed gene by inducing marker substances or marker gene on media or soil containing herbicides. So contribution in genetics. By Arabidopsis, we can able to read the plant genome organization, how the gene are organized in a plant, gene regulation, genetics of plant development, and genetics of flowering as well. Conclusion. Due to the short generation time of 6 weeks and small genome that facilitates the genetic analysis, and self-pollination is nothing but reproducing by itself, and easy maintenance and space efficient, applicable similarities with other crop plants also, and it serves as a resource base for breeders of crop plants. Due to this overall application, Arabidopsis is used as a model plant in biological research. Thank you.
Thank you, Kritika, for your review presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Apart from this Arabidopsis, is there any other plant that can be used as a model for the biological research? You have concentrated, you have focused on Arabidopsis, right? Apart from this,
yes, ma'am.
Can you specify?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I can't get you, ma'am.
Apart from Arabidopsis, is there any other plants that can be used for biological research as a model? You have just chosen Arabidopsis and you have been focusing on. That's right. Apart from this, do we have any other models?
I don't know about plant, ma'am, but for animal, Drosophila is used as a model, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Kenna, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, ma'am, sir will be ready, Madam Dr. Selvaraj Jayaraman for lot number 19.
Okay.
Shall I?
Let him. Yes.
Sir, shall I? You can proceed now, but kindly follow the time duration, sir. I request to you. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Sir, but your slide not there, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, now your slide visible.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Can I present, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Very good afternoon, one and all present here, respected chairman, chairpersons. So I am Dr. J. Selvaraj from Department of Biochemistry, Savitha Dental College. So I am going to present one of our part of our ongoing research funded project entitled Effect of Beta Cytosterol on Insulin Receptor Substrate 1, PI3 kinase and AKT signaling molecules in gastrocnemius muscle of high-fat diet and sucrose-induced type 2 diabetic rats. As we all know that the diabetes is a global increase in the prevalence due to the population growth, aging, urbanization. It is one of the causes of mature illness and death globally. As per International Diabetes Federation 2019, it states that there will be increasing 700 million people will be affected by diabetes by the year 2045. So, though oral hypoglycemic agents are used for the management of diabetes, they do have deleterious side effects due to the multi-organ damage. Hence, there is a alternative medicine from natural sources are warranted. So, beta cytosterol we have selected in the present study. It is a plant sterol abundantly found in the fruits, vegetables, nuts, and seeds. So, it is used to treat various diseases like HIV, rheumatoid arthritis, bronchitis, fibrilloma, asthma, and so colon cancer, tuberculosis, and so on. However, the mechanism by which how beta cytosterol can influence the regulation of glucose homeostasis and insulin signaling molecules in insulin sensitive tissues that has not been studied in the literature. So aim of the study is to identify the anti-diabetic effect of beta cytosterol in skeletal muscle of high-fat diet, sucrose-induced diabetic rats. And coming to the objective of the study is to find out the beta cytosterol on glucose and insulin tolerances, serum levels of insulin, lipid profiles in diabetic rats, and to find out the role of beta cytosterol on insulin signaling molecules and glucose uptake and oxidation in skeletal muscles. So coming to the study designs, in our study we have selected adult male albino rats of sustain weighing about 150 to 200 gram body weight. Selected for the present study, we induced type 2 diabetes by giving high-fat diet containing diets, that is cholesterol, folic acid, coconut oil, and standard along with the standard pellet diet with 30% sucrose drinking water. So for 60 days, we have given high-fat diet for the induction of type 2 diabetes. And on the day of 50th day, we have kept animals for overnight fasting. Then we checked the fasting blood glucose levels that showed above 120 milligram per kg body deciliter as considered as a type 2 diabetic. So these coming to the experimental designs, the animals were divided into 4 groups: health, normal animals, type 2 diabetes, type 2 diabetic animals treated with the beta cytosterol, and to come as a comparative study. So we have also used metformin as a standard drug to compare with to show the efficacy of beta cytosterol with that of the standard drugs. So we have selected gastrocnemius muscle. It's one of the important skeletal muscles which is located in the soleus part of the posterior back muscles. It has glucose utilization capacity, and hence we have selected gastrocnemius muscle for the present study. So these are the parameters we have studied. So coming to the objective one, the effect of beta cytosterol on glucose homeostasis. and insulin tolerances in glucose oxidation skeletal muscles. So coming to the results, as we could see in the figure, high-fat diet-induced animals showed a significant increase in the fasting blood glucose, serum insulin levels. However, beta-sitosterol treated with treatment at the concentration of 20 milligram dose could effectively reduce the hyperglycemia and insulin levels also, stating that beta-sitosterol has potential hypoglycemic effect. Then we wanted to check the oral glucose tolerance and the insulin resistance in the form of HOMO-IR and Quickie. So we found that oral glucose tolerance, the glucose levels was not reduced in the diabetic control rats, even 3 hours. So however, beta-sitosterol as well as metformin treated group showed a significant reduction in the glucose levels equal to that of the control groups. So this slide shows the role of beta-sitosterol on oxidative stress markers and antioxidant vitamins in the tissue levels. So these levels also found to be significantly normalized with the beta-sitosterol treated diabetic control groups. This slide shows the levels of glycogen and glucose uptake and oxidation. So glucose uptake and oxidation are studied by using C14 labeled glucose using beta counter. So glucose uptake and oxidation were also found to be significantly reduced in rats induced with type high-fat diet and sucrose. However, treatment with the beta-sitosterol metformin, it significantly increased the glucose oxidation uptake as well as the glycogen concentration. Then we wanted to find out, is there any molecular mechanism by which how beta-sitosterol could enhance the insulin signaling molecules, signaling molecules. So we wanted to find out by real-time PCR analysis. So this slide shows mRNA expression analysis of insulin signaling molecules like insulin receptor substrate 1 mRNA in skeletal muscles. So as we could see in the figure, diabetic animals showed a significant reduction in the mRNA levels of both insulin receptor and insulin receptor substrate molecules. However, treatment with the beta-sitosterol near to that of the control level, it was able to increase the mRNA levels to that of the control and equal to that of the metformin standard levels. So beta-arrestin CSRC mRNA levels also studied in the present study. So these are the scaffold proteins. So that that is located in the membrane-bound proteins associated with the insulin receptor substrate molecules, which are involved in the complete activation of phosphorylated form of AKT. Thereby, glucose translocation occurs. So beta-arrestin CSRC mRNA levels were also found to be significantly reduced in diabetic rats. But interestingly, beta-sitosterol was able to increase the mRNA levels of both the beta-arrestin 2 and the CSRC mRNA in gastrocnemius muscle. So suggesting that our drug beta-sitosterol, it also has a significant role on the regulation of activation of beta-arrestin 2 CSRC mRNA. Then the AKT and glucose transporter 4 molecules, which are responsible for the uptake of the glucose from exterior to cytoplasmic regions. So AKT, mRNA, and glucose transporter 4 were significantly improved in type diabetic control rats in treated with the beta-sitosterol at the dose of 20 milligram per kg body weight for 30 days. Then we wanted to find out, is there any changes in the protein levels of insulin signaling molecules? So these protein like insulin receptor substrate, and phosphorylated form of insulin receptor substrate 1 in tyrosine amino acids and serine phosphorylation. So these protein levels were studied by Western blotting analysis using specific antibodies. So as we see in the figure, beta-sitosterol, it increases the protein expression in diabetic control rats treated with the beta-sitosterol as well as the metformin. So these studies suggesting that beta-sitosterol enhances the insulin signaling molecules like insulin receptor and substrate molecules. However, the serine phosphorylation of insulin receptor substrate was found to be significantly reduced in the beta-sitosterol, because the serine phosphorylation of insulin receptor substrate 1 is the negative regulator of insulin signaling molecules. So fascinatingly, beta-sitosterol could reduce the high-fat diet induced serine phosphorylation of insulin receptor substrate 1 in diabetic control rats. As like insulin upstream signaling molecules, the scaffold protein like beta RC2 and CSRC, as well as AKT proteins and serine and threonine phosphorylation were also found to be significantly improved in diabetic control rats treated with the beta cytosterol. And the substrate of AS160 kilodalton proteins. So this is the substrate protein molecules in the skeletal muscles. It is significantly reduced in diabetic animals when compared with the control. So interestingly, the beta cytosterol treatment would increases the ASC160 substrate protein molecules in gastrocnemius muscle, as well as the glucose transporter 4 proteins. So we have isolated the glucose transporter 4 proteins in both the cytoplasmic and plasma membrane. So we studied with using specific GLUT4 antibodies. So both plasma membrane and the cytosolic GLUT4 proteins were found to be significantly reduced in high-fat diet-induced animals. However, beta cytosterol treatment, which could effectively increase the expression of these protein levels equal to that of the standard as well as the control levels. So to summarize our results, high-fat diet induction, it induces lipotoxicity, oxidative stress markers like hydrogen peroxide generation and hydroxyl radical, as well as the lipid peroxidation. At the same time, it increases the insulin resistant skeletal muscles. Thereby, it reduces the insulin resistance in the gastrocnemius muscle via increasing the serine phosphorylation of insulin receptor substrate 1. Thereby, it reduces the AKT AS160 mediated glucose transporter 4 from cytosolic compartment to the plasma membrane. Thereby, the glucose cannot enter into the cytoplasm. However, beta cytosterol, it reduces the oxidative stress and increases the antioxidant enzymes. Thereby, it reduces serine phosphorylation. At the same time, it increases the tyrosine phosphorylation of insulin substrate. Thereby, the glucose AKT mediated glucose translocation, it come into exist. Then the normal insulin signaling occurs. So at the outset, the present study concludes that beta cytosterol reduces type 2 diabetes and associated complications in the skeletal muscle, particularly gastrocnemius muscle, by enhancing the insulin signaling molecules, both upstream and downstream signaling molecules. Thereby, it could increase the oxidation of the glucose in the skeletal muscles. And hence, the study concludes that beta cytosterol as a naturally occurring potent plant sterol may be a promising anti-diabetic drug for the management of type 2 diabetes. I would like to thank DST SCRB for financially supporting to conduct this experiment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was a wonderful presentation. I just want to just clarify it. Sir, you have been working with an male rat.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. So what will be the impact in the female rate, sir? Can we expect the same sort of results, or will there be any hormonal? There is variations due to the hormonal.
Yes, ma'am. So the selection of male animals is because of the changes in the cyclicity that may reflect in the irregularity of the hormones. So we wanted to find out how, because it has been extensively studied that reduced levels of testosterone that leads to development of insulin resistance. So for the avoiding of fluctuation in the hormonal serum hormonal levels, so we wanted to select male as a model for this study.
Thank you, sir. That was a wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Once again. So the last lot number, the last presentation, the lot number 3, Dr. Divya Darshini.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can proceed. So kindly follow the time. So kindly, I request to you.
Ma'am, one sec, ma'am. Is it visible?
It is visible. Kindly share slideshow. So every slide, it is visible.
Is it
Yeah,
visible,
it
ma'am?
is. Yes, yes. Now you can proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, ma'am. My topic is about SARS-CoV-2, the severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, which is also known as coronavirus, which has caused which is causing the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. And my topic is about the molecular properties, that is the biochemical and cellular properties of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. It was first actually identified in the city of Wuhan when we come to the history in China. And around December, it was the WHO was actually informed that there was a pneumonial outbreak. And on Jan 30, 2020, the WHO actually declared the outbreak as public health emergency. And on February 11, 2020, it was named as the coronavirus disease 2019. And the virus was named as SARS-CoV-2. So they found that it is actually the successor to the SARS-CoV-1, which was actually responsible for the 2002 to 2004 SARS outbreak. And coming to the origin and evolution, when they obtained samples, around 1 or 3 samples, and when they checked it, they found that it belonged to the beta coronavirus 2b lineage virus. And the virus actually shared 79.5% identity to the SARS-CoV, that is which was responsible for 2002 to 2004 outbreak. And 96% it was closely related to the bat-CoV RATG13 virus. And also when analyzing the genes, they found that 2 SARS-CoV-2 strains were involved. And out of the 1 or 3 strains, there were L-type and S-type. And L-type is the major, that is 70% of the 1 or 3 strains. And S-type is actually the ancestral version, which means the 70% is the mutant form. And till date, there have been so many mutations, but out of that, 30 mutations in the spike protein have been identified. And coming to the structure, it is an enveloped virus, and it consists of a single-stranded RNA packed within a capsid. The capsid consists of a protein, nucleocapsid protein N, and surrounded by a membrane. And the membrane consists of 3 proteins: membrane protein M, envelope protein E, and spike glycoprotein S. In addition to that, there are other 16 to 70 non-structural proteins also. And there are 9 accessory proteins. Why they are named accessory proteins is because they are not equally distributed in all the strains of virus. And coming to the virus invasion inside the cell, we had talked about the spike protein. So the outer, when it the brushes against the respiratory tract, it actually, the virus latches onto the ACE2 receptor present in the epithelium of the lungs. And the protease enzyme, which is present on the cell surface, actually cuts the spike head, and the fusion machinery actually unfolds here. That is, the stem fuses with the membrane protein present in the cell membrane, and the stem of the spike protein is then pulled into the cell, towards the cell. And when it's fully inserted into the cell, there is a cleft forms between the cell and the virus, through which the virus actually pours contents into the cell membrane. The viral RNA then enters the cell, and it actually hijacks the ribosomes to produce more RNA. And the proteins, that is the rough endoplasmic reticulum, it stretches to form vesicles inside which the viral proteins are actually replicated. And both are actually packed, that is linked by the nucleocapsid protein, and are packed into new viruses, new form of viruses. And now the vesicles carrying the new viruses, now they merge with the cell membrane and they spread to other parts of the body. In addition to that, there is also vesicular transport. In vesicular transport, it is by means of endocytosis. In endocytosis, what happens is that there will be a membrane protein called clathrin, through which the virus actually fuses with the clathrin, and the virus invaginates and the cell enters the cell. I mean, the virus enters the cell and it replicates. Also, there are lipid wraps which are naturally present on the cell membrane, which also is responsible for the vesicular transport of the virus into the cell. So after all that, so what is happening to the immune response? The immune response here is low, because why it is more aggressive is because the spike protein that we already told, that it actually is coated with glycan, and the the antibiotic actually it confuses the protein with polysaccharides since it is coated by the sugars. Also, it is said that the SARS-CoV-2 virus actually blocks the sensor protein, which is responsible for producing interferons that would help in attacking the virus particles. And coming to the variants of SARS-CoV-2, there are two types of variants actually. I mean, they are grouped into two, that is variant of interest and concern. In variant of interest, it is because why it is interest is they don't, even when they mutate, they don't have a negative impact on the diagnostic vaccines or therapeutic the treatment, etc. But the variant of concern, they are more aggressive. They have increased virulence and they have more. They transmit more. And there is one more new variant of interest which was found in India, that is the Delta variant viruses, and it is of very important attention because it is twice as infectious as the original strain and more 50% more infections than all the other strains. Coming to the symptoms, the most common symptoms are usually fever, cough, tiredness, loss of taste and smell, and the less common symptoms are headache, body ache, diarrhea, rashes, etc. And the serious symptoms include difficulty breathing, chest pain, shortness of breath, loss of speech, mobility, and this needs to be more focused. Like they have to be admitted in the hospital, and the management should be followed. And coming to management, there is so far there is no targeted drugs that is specifically directed against SARS-CoV-2. All we do is supportive management. And also about the ACE inhibitors, what happens is actually they used ACE inhibitors and ARBs, but one more research said that there was an increase in the circulating ACE2 levels, which led to increased viral load and more severe lung injury. So it is still under research whether they could use ACE inhibitors and ARBs or not. But then other than that, there is lopinavir, which was used in human immunodeficiency virus, and remdesivir, which has been used to treat Ebola, and the most famous one, the hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine, because they are anti-malarial drugs and they are used as anti-inflammatory drugs. They could help inhibit the endosomal trafficking of SARS-CoV-2, that is the formation of endosomes that we told in endocytosis. And also corticosteroids, they are the most conventional immunosuppressant drugs, which was used to suppress inflammatory responses. So concluding, what we can say is understanding the molecular properties, that is the biochemical and cellular properties, is more important, so that we can actually gain access to the roots, and we can then proceed more confidently towards treatment of the disease. Thank you, ma'am. Is it audible?
No. Thank you, Divyadarshini.
Thank you, ma'am.
In case of molecular aspects, what is the variation in that? What is the thing that differs Delta from the other two type of viruses, ma'am?
That was the mutation in the spike protein, ma'am. Actually, increases the attachment, that is the fusion to the cell membrane, to the host. So due to the mutation in spike protein, it is more aggressive and it can attach very easily.
So which among these three is very harmful?
These three, which three, ma'am?
The first, second, and third wave.
If it is becoming more Delta form, then the third wave would be more aggressive.
More aggressive. Okay.
The third wave would be more aggressive if at all they don't do anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Divyadarshini. So, ma'am, shall I wind up, ma'am? We can conclude, ma'am, this session.
Yes, if there is no more participants, I think we can come to
yes, ma'am. So totally the 19 presenters. So the completed successfully the 17. 17 they are presented very well, and only lot number 1 and lot number 11 not present, ma'am.
Yes. Yes.
Sir, shall I wind up, sir?
Okay, ma'am.
conclude.
We can wind up.
Yes.
We can wind up. Over to
So,
MC team.
Yes, I conclude, sir. I will conclude. So I give the vote of thanks.
Thank you everyone for your wonderful presentation. My dear friends, this is an information. Now move on for your lunch break, and at 3 o'clock the program restarts again. So be available before 10 minutes in the meet. Thank you to one and all.
So now I am going to this session of vote of thanks. So I conclude at the outset. I would like to thank management, HODs, associate presidents, and also our department staff for organizing this session. Wonderful. Thank you, my dear professors. Next, I would like to thank Dr. T. Chandra Prabha and the jury of the session for having this spend our valuable time in the judgment of oral presentation. Thank you, dear madam. Next, I would like to thank the participants from various colleges and the students for your support in conducting this session. Thank you, one and all. So, dear participants, the result of the oral presentation will be declared during the validity session this afternoon. Thank you, one and all.
Divya Darshini, can you kindly mute yourself? Thank you.
Lokeshwari, you can give some instruction to the participants so that they can join in the session 2 in the afternoon. Repeat again the instructions.
My dear friends, this is an information. Dear participant, kindly mute yourself. My dear friends, this is an information. Now move on for your lunch break, and at 3 o'clock the program restarts again. So be available before 10 minutes in the meet. Thank you to one and all.
Okay, I'm ending the session. Okay, so we'll meet in the session 2 at 3.